Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. Keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. KartStars tyres. Whatever you do, tread true.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of the Hampton Downs NZ Racing Academy KartStars series here at KartSport Manawatu. So we woke up this morning to a bit of light drizzle and the sky looks a bit grey, doesn't it, Glenn? It was supposed to be a bit more rain, but it hasn't sort of arrived in too much yet.
Yeah, it's looking greyer than your bed at the moment, Regan, but they're talking about a big rain thing coming through about 11 o'clock.
Yeah, well, that's great to hear, Glenn. I knew I brought you here for a reason. Someone needs some comedy. Anything to add to that, Scott?
I just thought Glenn was Santa's apprentice, you know, the way he's going on as well, so...
Yeah, well, you're the local man. Is it going to rain today or what?
No, this is beautiful, clear grey skies here in Palmy, so... The weather report's rain about 3 o'clock, so if the wind picks up, it will dry. If not, it'll stay like this.
Yeah, so it's probably going to be tricky conditions for everyone. Yeah, if you get a dry line, looking to change to wets or stay on slicks, that's going to be tough. So how are we looking from yesterday? Who's up front in the main classes, or all the classes?
Yeah, look at the Cadet Rock. Freddie Waller did a fantastic job out there. So he's put it on pole for I think it's a 13-lap pre-final for these kids. Joey Zhao, it's always there or thereabouts the whole day. Kaiser Rankin came from further back after qualifying, pulled himself in there. And Max Gosling, I think he was just a bit average at the start of the races, but sort of came right towards the end. So these longer races might play into the way he drives.
Nice one. And up next, what have we got here? Vortex Mini Rock.
Nixon Cripps.
He was quick, wasn't he?
There's bets around the pits of how far he'll be out by the end of it. It's on average 5 seconds per race out the gate.
Yeah, he was half a second quicker in qualifying, I think, or close to it. So that's pretty impressive.
After the first lap, he had about a second and a half a gap from second place after one lap. The opening lap, he just checks out and go. But I do know that the Flynn Pocock and Riley Craig, second and third, the old Palmy boys, I'm sure they had a good night's sleep and they're ready to take something to Nixon today.
The thing with the rain, it levels everything out. So everything that Nixon's potentially learned here in a couple of practices he's done, he wouldn't have done a wet practice here, so he wouldn't have ever been around this track in the wet. And what do they say? The rain's a leveller and everywhere you go.
Yep, sure is.
The surface around here in Palmy, it's not abrasive. It is a smooth, it's a bumpy track, but the surface of the tar seal is smooth, so it's not aggressive. So you might cook the wet, but you won't cook the wet at the same time. So the outside line might dry off and have that extra grip, which might help the outside row get by Nixon.
All right. And what have we got here? Vortex Junior, DVS Junior.
Yeah, Marco Manson pretty much drove away from that there. I think he had the luxury of starting up the front there and being able to pull a lead, and the rest of the guys just fought each other, which allowed Marco to sort of take off as well. But taking nothing away, he did a fantastic job as well.
Yeah, sure did.
Tommy Harden there as well, local boy, and Miles Baker. They seem to be the three there that are just going to fight this out, particularly in the rain.
Yeah, if Miles had a better mechanic, I think he'd probably be a bit further up. But he's got to work with it, Scott.
Yep. No, I'm the Rotax, mate.
All right, I'll save my jokes for later. Max Junior.
Yeah, Max Junior. Once again, I don't think anybody had it their way. Tommy Hart had a couple of wins in that and then had an incident there and went back to 20th. So that affected his points. Marco, he was there or thereabouts. Zach Tucker.
Had a small incident with Zach in one of the heats. I think that's the one that Tommy managed to get through. But yeah, Miles Baker as well. Charlie Jamieson, another ex-local. Yep. Just using that little bit of knowledge to sneak through and put himself up at the front of the pre-final as well. So it should be good fun. The old Hart Carts there, and Zach Tucker.
Yeah, for me, Zach Tucker in there, he's a fantastic driver, very, very smooth. And I think in the wet, I think he's going to do a pretty good job in there. He's got no one to work with though, I guess, with all the other boys in there, and he's kind of like a lone ranger in the Colour Science Kart.
All right, we've just been told to hurry up, boys, because they got to get moving. So,
Right.
DVS Senior, James Vanderberg just cleaned up every race, really, from Seth Frost. I think it's probably those two to battle that one out, and with Jack Strand in there as well. Max Light, once again, Caleb Cross, 3 from 3, and pretty much looked untouchable from what I saw.
yeah, he's very
got good
quick.
form here as he won his national champs here in Palmy, so he's just renewing that and carrying on. He's doing a great job.
Max Heavy, Trent Ingham, the myth, the car salesman, yeah.
The old
3
boy.
from 3, and looked fantastic while he's doing it. These longer races might hurt Trent. He tends to like a bit of short spurt and go pretty hard for 8 laps, but a 21 lap final.
I reckon he's got what it takes. Let's see.
You have to say that he sponsors us.
Yeah.
KZ2, Daniel Bray and Cranston with Raymond Mellon in there. I think it's those 3 there with the old-timer Graham Smythe in there potentially as well. But it's certainly been those 3 there that have done most of the damage.
Again, the wet weather's going to mix that up too, I think, as well. So that'll be interesting.
Look, the rain's just sort of coming down now. My hair's about to cool.
We've been told to get out of here.
Yeah, I was gonna,
so
you guys are about to melt in the rain, eh?
yeah. All right, we'll
Thanks,
catch up with you soon when the racing starts.
See you later.
Treat true.
It's what we are and what we do.
Stay true to our roots and principles.
Keep our customers and their vehicles safe.
Think smarter and keener to reduce cost.
Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners.
Own mistakes and do our best to put things right.
Work hard.
Play fair.
Act with honesty.
Inspire trust.
And always
Do the job right.
steal mine. Is my audio on this camera? Highlight stream.
Good morning and welcome to KartSport Manawatu, round 4 of the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars series. Round 4 sponsored by Higgins Concrete. On the dummy grid at the moment we have the cadets lined up for their pre-final. Pole position we have Freddie Waller. Starting second we have Joey Zhou out of Auckland. Kaiser Rankin pulling themselves up into third with Max Gosling starting fourth. Fifth place Taylor Costello and local guy Heath Phillips starting in sixth. Seventh Casey Kane and Rowan Liu in eighth. As we can see, we had a little bit of moisture come down during the night. As the cadets are out there now dealing with new track conditions. Wet racetrack, brand new MG wets on the karts. The drivers as they're out there figuring out how much grip the karts have. Completely different track conditions to what they were racing in yesterday. It was nice warm sunny day yesterday. Looks like a rainy drizzly day. Freddie Waller doing a great job of sticking it on pole for the pre-final. Had a race win yesterday, a second, I think it was a fourth after a small incident on the last corner. Joey Zhou consistent all day at the front. Just got pipped to the post in one of the heat races. Kaiser Rankin doing a great job at the starts of the heats, pulling himself up into the third position. Max Gosling had a slow start to the heats, but made steady progress as the heats progressed. Taylor Costello consistently in the positions. Heath Phillips will be looking at trying to move forward in this one. The local guy, Casey Kane and Rowan Liu, having steady days yesterday. Rowan having a mechanical issue in one of the heats as well. As they come around into Bamber, they get the slow down board. Freddie forms the grid up. 13 laps here for the Cadet Rock pre-final. 2 races each for each of the classes today. How much grip does the track have? Max Gosling in fourth still. Heath Phillips dropping back at the start as they run through 50 cent. Casey Kane making a position. Casey Kane now on the back of Costello. Oh, has looped it into Hart hairpin. Looks to have carried on as they run through Bamber. Freddie Wallace still in the lead with Joey Zhou right behind him. Kaiser Rankin doing a great job of sticking with the front pack. Max Gosling, couple cut lengths back after the first corner. Joey Zhou down the inside of 2 trees as we get through the right-hander. Freddie Waller with the grip right around the outside. That's the first lap done. Down through Higgins. Who's got the grip? Freddie back on the gas, trying to drive away from Joey. Joey sticking with him as they go through Toyota. Runs a little wide, almost drops a wheel. As we go down the straight into Rock Cup corner, hard on the brakes. Are the cars going to pull up with all the grip? Kaiser Rankin going down the inside of Joey Zhou. Doesn't quite get it though. Looks back. You've got to get to the next pack of Taylor Costello and Heath Phillips. Heath looking down the inside of Hart Hairpin. Thinks better of it as we go into Bamber. Joey Zhou running slightly wide of the digital racing line, trying to find the grip, trying to see how he can get through. Kaiser Rankin all over the back of Joey Zhou though as well. Joey having to attack and defend all at the same time. Max Gosling is out at the moment. It's had an issue at the top hairpin. He will be out of the pre-final. As the top three, as the rain starts to come down a bit now, it's raining. Heath Phillips with a good run out of Higgins down the inside of Taylor Costello through Toyota, doesn't quite get it. Taylor drives right around the outside of him as the front three get down the end of the straight into Rock Cup corner. Different racing lines as they get through 50 Cent towards Hart Hairpin. Freddie doing a great job still out front. You see on the live stream there, they're about a cut width off the traditional racing line, trying to get the grip, trying to get the cars to turn. Kaiser Rankin with a great drive out of Bamber corner there. Heath Phillips managing to get past Taylor Costello into 4th position. Heath's done plenty of laps around this Manawatu track, even in the wet. As we tick off another lap, still Freddie Waller, Joey Zhou and Kaiser Rankin. Kaiser with a big slide through into Higgins. Manages to get it through the corner but drops some time to the front two. Looks back as they get through Toyota. Very deceiving corner Toyota as it drops the camber off as you get through it as you run down the hill. Karts try and slide. But these enormously talented racers manage to get through it every lap as they get through Hart Hairpin now. The track drying every lap that they do. Kaiser Rankin catching back up to Joey Zhou. Joey not able to make any inroads on Freddie Waller just yet as they make their way through two trees. Heath Phillips has a small incident, gets going again. Taylor Costello's got past him into 4th. Freddie Waller still in the lead. Joey Zhou wiping the visor, trying to get some vision as they go through into Toyota. Turn the wheel, hope it turns. Kaiser tucking right behind the steering wheel, getting the draft, even in the wet. Oh, Kaiser hit the white line, he's looped it at the end. All that hard work undone in a matter of seconds. Freddie Waller, Joey Zhou still on him. Taylor Costello's moved up into the 3rd position with Heath now in 4th. Kaiser Rankin's back on the track in 5th. And Rowan Liu in 6th. Casey Kane in 7th, going back down the straight into the hairpin now, while the leaders are battling it out through the infield, through into 2 trees. Joey Zhou right down the inside of him. Is he going to go for another? Doesn't quite have the speed on the inside. Freddie back around the outside. Big slide through the pit corner. Joey Zhou down the inside. Thank you, I'll take advantage of that, he says. See you later. Keep up with me, Freddie, as they go through Higgins. Freddie tucks behind the wheel. Doesn't want to let him go. Back through Toyota. Down the end of the straight. Careful of the white lines, they're slippery. Freddie sliding as he's pushing the car as hard as he can to keep up with Joey. Joey Zhou looking very steady and calm at the moment. The 1NZ with 2NZ trailing behind. Taylor Costello still in 3rd with Heath Phillips making up some ground back there in 4th. As they go through Bamber. Freddie gets good drive off Bamber through into pit entry. As we through 2 trees. Joey Zhou with excellent drive out of 2 trees to prevent any sort of passing into pit corner. Just smooth on the steering, on the gas, keeps the power. Heath Phillips doing a great job of catching back up to Taylor Costello. Only a few kart lengths back now as they run down the back straight towards Toyota, where the leaders, Joey Zhou still 0.3 of a second ahead of Freddie. Runs a bit wide through the Rock Cup hairpin. Freddie's right on his bumper again as they run through 50 Cent. As they get down into Hart Hairpin. Oh, Freddie deep on the brakes. Locks it up as he goes off into Hart Hairpin. The 2NZ, he's parked it on the outside. Can he get back? He gets pushed on back on the track, but Heath Phillips on the back of Taylor Costello too as well. He's made up all that ground as they go through Bamber. Freddie Waller back on the track. That has left Joey Zhou out front all by himself with Heath Phillips making a pass down the inside. Is he going to get around the outside of Two Trees? Doesn't get it done. Can he go for the up and under? Taylor Costello doing a great job of blocking that one off. Heath Phillips all over the back of Taylor Costello now. The closest battle we have on track at the moment. Heath down the inside. Higgins. Too wide as they go through Higgins. Doesn't quite get the drive off. Taylor gets to drive down the straight now as they head towards Toyota. Heath gets a good drive through. Is he going to make up any ground down the straight? Costello looks like he's done enough to block for the, hold him off for this corner. As the cart's squirreling as they're finding grip. Joey Zhou out in front, but Heath Phillips, Taylor Costello, Hart Hairpin. Can he do anything? Taylor runs a bit wide. Heath gets a great drive as they go into Bamber. Heath on the outside. It's not where you want to be. Can he do an up and under? Gets good drive as they go into pit entry. Or on the outside again. Tries to cross him up. He's going to be on the outside of Two Trees. Taylor down the inside. Holding the line. Heath Phillips trying to. Gets great drive off it. But just pushes Taylor in as they go through pit corner. Heath can't find a way past Taylor. As we make our way through Higgins. Heath taking a different line to Taylor as they get through Higgins. Gets a great drive out of it. Look at him down the inside. Alongside. Backs out as they go through Toyota. Compromises both their speed. Costello down the inside. Trying to hold off that inside line. Heath taking the conventional wide line. Gets a nice arc. Tries to up and under. Doesn't quite work. Can he do it down for Hart Hairpin? They're alongside each other as we head towards Hart Hairpin. Heath on the outside, turns it in early, tries to get the up and under. There we go again as Heath managed to get along and pull in front of him as they get through Bamber. Costello now is behind him. He can see where Heath is. Asking a lot of the MG wets. Please get me home. Hold on. Asking a lot of the MG wets. Please get me home. Hold on. Heath working at the wheel, trying to find the grip. As we get through, Joey Zhou ticks off another lap. 3 to go. He's in a world of his own. Heath Phillips, Costello, Freddie Waller, Kaiser Rankin. Great job to get back on the track as well. He's carried on. Joey Zhou, big slide through Rock Cup corner. Manages to keep it under control as we head down towards Hart Hairpin. Gets it through Hart Hairpin, drives off the corner, nice and straight, keeps the car steady. Joey Zhou, 10.5 second lead over Heath Phillips in second. He is night and day clear out in front. He has proven why he is the 1NZ. Heath has had an incident in Hart Hairpin. He's dropped himself off. Costello is back into second with Waller moving himself up to third. Heath was sitting pretty in second. He's dropped all the way back down into fourth position. With 2 laps to go. Taylor Costello, Nelson in second. Costello doing a great job of just keeping it on the track. Making positions, just staying on the track while other people are just falling off. Taylor doing a great job. Joey Zhou now 12 seconds ahead of the South Island champ of Taylor Costello. Freddie Waller catching second place though. Now only 2 seconds behind the second place. As you see the carts run through Hart Hairpin. The gap there. Freddie Waller over Costello. Heath once again drops it into Hart Hairpin. Was having such a great race and a couple of laps has been undone unfortunately. He's hopping in the car trying to get it going. He'll get back on the track. Joey Zhou takes the last lap board. half a lap ahead effectively of everyone else. Just got to keep it smooth and on the black stuff. Freddie Waller chasing down Costello. Wants that second position. He's got 1 lap to do it. He can see the gap. It's diminishing. Head behind the steering wheel as they run through Toyota. Gets a great run as they're running down the straight. End of the straight. Who can break the latest? Freddie breaks late. Gets the kart turned. Taylor's just trying to bring it home. Pushing as hard as they want. As hard as they can. Freddie hopping in the car. Oh, he breaks a bit too late, going into hot hairpin and loses it. Can he keep it going? Here comes Kaiser Rankin trying to make up the positions again. As they head towards the Bamber curb. Freddie's back up to speed, but Kaiser's got the momentum to keep him going as they run through the hairpin. Joey Zhou will take the pre-final win. As we come around the final corners, Taylor Costello doing a great job as second place, brings it home. But Kaiser Rankin, can he make a move at the last corner? Freddie Waller sliding. Who's got to get to the line first? It's got to be Freddie Waller over Kaiser Rankin, just in third and fourth. Heath Phillips, after a couple incidences and fast pace, will bring it home in fifth position. Casey Kane will bring it home in sixth as they come around the final corner. Rowan Liu doing a great job of staying on the track as well, bringing it home in seventh. Max Gosling with that mechanical DNF there will bring it home in eighth. That is the Cadet Rock, sponsored by Palmerston North Roofing pre-final. It was 13 laps. Joey Zhou put in an absolute clinic, staying on the track, showing everyone why he is the 1NZ. The South Island champ, Taylor Costello, doing a great job as well, bringing it home in second. An amazing battle between Freddie Waller and Kaiser Rankin on those last couple corners for third and fourth. Heath Phillips having a great drive there. A couple of incidences, but he manages to bring it home as well. Great job from these cadets. Remember, these kids are 6 to 9 years old. I don't know what you were doing at 6 and 9 years old, but I'm pretty sure I was still trying to figure out what order my cereal went together or what order my shoes went on. Apparently, you can't put your socks over your shoes, as my mum was telling me. These kids are driving around in the wet. Next up, we have the Vortex Rock DVS Senior pre-final, sponsored by Bailey's Real Estate. 16 laps, the pre-final here. We have James Vanderberg with a clean sweep of heat wins yesterday. We'll be hoping that he can actually keep it on the track today, unlike what he did in qualifying. We have Seth Frost in second place. He'll be looking to move that Tony Kart into the pole position for the final. Jack Strand will be hoping to actually get a good start on this one and keep up with the front two boys for a bit. Darren Walker, he'll be trying to show these young guys, mate, I haven't lost anything. You guys can take each other out and I'll just pip up the pieces, eh? He's like, this isn't even my main class. I'm actually here for the heavies. It doesn't look like the, oh no, there we have the fifth place of Leo there. He's just a bit far back. I can't see him from my window here, but he's out there. He'll be hoping that the front guys tangle a bit and he can actually counter that and take advantage and move his way forward. James Vanderberg moving into the Sodi car, and it's proven him to be the best decision he's made recently. Having an unfortunate incident at Nationals cost him a podium, but he is making up for that today and yesterday with his heat wins. Seth Frost proving why he is the 2NZ with great results as well. Stuck it on pole. He's had a couple of pole positions in a few events of North Islands, and I think he was up the front as well for Nationals. Jack Strand doing his best. And that's all we can ask for. Might not be good enough in his words, but he's doing his best. Yeah. as we see the race order there on the live stream. Up after the DVS Senior, we have the DVS Junior. Lights, heavies, Rotax Max Junior. Direct drive these Vortex Rocks DVS Senior karts. No clutch, so if they spin out, they have to push start their karts, as you see there. So keeping it on the track is just critical for these drivers. As we said yesterday, this is round 4 of the Rock Cup as well. The winner of the Rock Cup gets a ticket to the Rock Finals in Italy. They get some money as well to help with the financial side towards that. As we see there, Leo has popped it off at Toyota on the warm-up lap. He's pulled the kart off. He's walking away. He is done. As the warm-up's happening in the moment, we've had a couple of boys drop off straight away. Leo's popped it off in the second corner of Toyota. Jack Strand must be a mechanical issue with his kart. He has pulled it in straight away, so we have lost half the field already in the 2 warm-up laps. Tricky conditions out there. Staying on the track is critical. You can't win the race in the pits. 9 out of 10 experts would agree with me, as Jamie Vandenberg brings the rest of the field around. "16 laps. At least if you finish this one, you're going to be on the podium." As Jamie slowly drags him to the starter's box. When is he going to go? He goes straight away. Seth Frost goes with him. Who's going to get the turn through Toyota? They all make it through Toyota as they head down the straight. James Vandenberg still holding the lead. Seth Frost in second. Walker right there, right behind him in third as they make their way through 50 Cent. Seeing how much grip the track has at race pace. Warm-up pace is slightly different to your race pace. Can your tyres hold on? Are they warm enough yet? Must have a small jump issue. I don't know how they've managed to mess up the start with 3 karts, but we'll redo that. Take 2. Jack Stranson on the sides, not looking too happy. I was talking to Jack last night. He was talking up a big game, saying he is saving it up for the finals day. He's got one more race, but right now on the track, Jamie Vandenberg once again bringing the round to the starter's box. When's he going to go? And he's off. He's gone straight away. This time they look like they're off. Seth Frost with a great drive through Toyota. Is he going to go for a move down the inside? Jamie Vandenberg blocks it off, but Seth outbrakes him, gets it done. Darren Walker right up behind him. But the 2NZ are Seth Frost. Darren Walker down the inside of Jamie Vandenberg into Hart hairpin. Gets it turned and stamps back on the gas as we head towards Bamber. Jamie ain't letting that happen. Back down the inside of Bamber. Seth Frost in the lead though. Walker back down the inside of pit entry. These boys battling it hard on the opening lap as they get through 2 trees. Seth Frost has got a couple of kart lengths lead over the second place of Darren Walker and the third of Jamie Vanderberg. 15 to go as they get through Higgins, asking so much of the front axle of these karts. As they hit the curve through Toyota, back down the straight. Don't outbrake yourself at the end of the straight. Don't hit the white line. Get it turned, get it stopped. Walker all over the curves through 50 Cent as we head down towards Hart Hairpin. Where do we brake? Where's your braking point? Get it turned again. Back on the gas as we fire it off into the infield. You see the karts jacking as they make it through Bamber. Walker looks like he's making some ground up on Seth Frost here in the opening laps. Where have they set the tyre pressures? Whose kart's going to come on later? Are they going to look after the wets? Do they need them later on today, or is it going to dry up? Seth Frost doing a great job out in the lead. Nice and calm, smooth on the wheel, just getting it turned, getting it straight so he can get back on the gas. The Tony kart looking very well set up there. Running out of the Supreme Kart team. The Tony kart. The 2NZ gets it turned, back on the gas. Seth the fastest on track at the moment, almost 4 tenths faster than Darren Walker. Jamie Vandenberg struggling to find the pace he had yesterday. A second off Seth Frost in that last lap. Jamie dropping a left rear on entry of Two Trees. Walker, small bit of understeer through the final corner there. Kart didn't want to turn. Seth Frost doesn't appear to have those issues. He's just turning the kart. It's going exactly where he wants it to go. Driving very, very smart, very, very safe. Down through 50 Cent. Slide it out to the concrete. Use the concrete to regrip the tyres in the kart. Get it pointing straight. 1.5 seconds now, the gap between Seth Frost and Darren Walker. Seth Frost done plenty of laps around Palmy as well in multiple classes. Runs the high line through Two Trees. Two Trees very cambered. The outside drives very fast compared to the inside, so they're using that grip to their advantage to turn the karts as they take off another lap. The gap now 1.8 seconds. Seth Frost 6 tenths of a second faster than Walker in that last lap. Can anyone catch Seth Frost? Have they got any answer to him? Doesn't appear to be at the moment. Walker doing a great job of holding off Jamie Vanderberg as well. To get through the infield, back through pit entry. You see the shiny track and it's all the slippery surfaces there, and then you see a slightly duller area where the karts are running, slowly drying the track. The spray off the tyres isn't as much as it was earlier. The track won't be drying nearly as fast with only 3 karts circulating at the moment. So they make it their way once again through Toyota, all over the curb. Jamie Vanderberg, pulling it up at the end of the straight, playing it safe. Just have to finish this race and you'll be in a good position for the final. As we get through Hart Hairpin, is heading towards Bamber, running the wide line, getting it turned, back on the gas, getting the kart as straight as they can before they're back full throttle. Especially in the wet conditions, you don't want to be sideways. Seth Frost through the right-hander after Two Trees. Adjusting the radiator flap, keeping that engine nice and warm. They back down the back straight, through Toyota he goes. Small bit of understeer, but gets it through the corner. Down the straight, up the hill. Seth Frost doing a great job out front now. well and truly in control. Walker over the curb, same with Vandenberg. Great shots there on the live stream. As we back out of Hart hairpin. Through the infield. Still 9 laps to go here. Anything can happen. Only takes one misjudged braking zone. One touch of the white line. Jamie Vandenberg catching up to the back of Darren Walker now. Jamie's car set up potentially to come on a bit later as they head through Toyota. As they get down the hill, back on the gas. Vandenberg steady under brakes. Walker a bit wide through Rock Cup corner. Jamie very strong under the brakes there. Very got the confidence in the car he needs now to give it a good go at the back of Walker. As we head through the infield, pit entry corner. Walker struggling a bit with the front of that cart, not going where he needs it to. Vandenberg up and under through 2 trees, gets the drive through the pit, slides a bit. Walker looking at the inside, thinks better of it, tucks in behind Vandenberg, sorry. Vandenberg, 7 laps. Has he got anything for Frost? Frost out front doing his thing. Vandenberg all over the curb. Walker as well right behind him. Seth Frost out front, back down into Hart hairpin, pulling it up safe, getting it turned. Get 3.5 seconds. Seth Frost, the fastest on track as well with a 53.6. Vandenberg's brought it back to 53.7, so he's only just slower than Seth Frost out front. Walker a couple tenths back on that with a 53.9. Very similar lap times. Walker looks to be struggling a bit to get the thing to turn at the moment. Vandenberg pulled a little bit of a gap in that last one there. He's pulled a gap to Walker, but he hasn't reduced the gap to Seth Frost. Seth Frost is still pulling away from second and third. Seth Frost doing everything he needs to do to put it back on pole for the final. This part of the race, you start hearing noises. Are they the right noises that you want to be hearing in the kart? You've got to keep it on the track. You've got to bring it home. You've done all the hard work. You've built the gap. As we see the second and third coming through the final corner there, heading through Higgins. Hits the inside curb, gets it back on the gas as they drive down the straight. Through Toyota, claps the curb, holy, 2 wheels. Deep under the brakes, runs a bit wide, gets it turned though. Darren Walker all over the curb through 50 Cent. You see the kart flex as he lands. Seth Frost, just back through the infield, getting the corners done, hitting his points, getting the marks, pulling it up, turn it in, back on the gas. Ooh, gets a bit squirrely on the exit, gave it a bit too much wally there. 5 to go. Looks like Vandenberg doesn't have an answer for Seth Frost in this one. Seth Frost well and truly out front. 4.5 seconds now. Big understeer moment though through 50 Cent. Is he pushing too hard as the tyres started to go off? It'll be a tall ask for anyone to catch him now. So we get through Bamba. Negotiates the bumps. Turns it in. Uses the drying track through 2 trees to win his advantage. Big slide. Walker's had enough. He's pulled it in. He's realised dude's still good enough, or maybe he's got a mechanical issue. He's staring at the engine. Still good enough for third. He'll be out for the final. It's left 2 out on the track, but with Seth Frost well and truly out front, this might be wrapped up, all bar a mistake from Seth. The way he's controlled the race so far doesn't appear to be happening. He is well and truly under control. Has a quick look over, sees where Vandenberg is, knows he's got a gap. 3 to go. Back through the infield. Supreme Kart Supplies team doing a great job of setting the Tony kart up. Gets it turned. Vandenberg still pushing, hits the curb, the front bounces. He's doing a great job, Seth. Great shots here from the live stream footage. The views are slightly restricted today because of the weather, but the guys are still out there doing the best they can to bring you guys the pictures that they are. The gap, 5.3 seconds now to Vandenberg. Seth Frost has got his kart dialed. He is just sitting pretty at the moment. Bring it around 2 to go. 1.8 Ks left. Vandenberg not able to do anything. Underseers through Higgins. Gets back on the gas. Is he going to clap the curb? Misses the curb through Toyota, but he's still on the track. Different driving styles between the two drivers to achieve their speeds. Seth is very smooth. Jamie aggressive, using the curbs to get the kart to turn at the same time. Trying to find grip that way. Through Bamber, through pit entry, Vandenberg. Seth Frost coming through the final corner now. 1 lap to go, gets the kart turned, sees the last lap board. He knows he's just got to keep it on the track. Same there with Vandenberg as Seth. Heads down the straight, squirreling under brakes, gets it through Toyota, sideways on exit. Back deep under brakes still. Seth still pushing through 50 Cent, hits the bump, gets it sideways on exit. He knows he's got this one wrapped up. Back out of hard hairpin. Stays off the curbs. Pretty much looks like he's driving in the middle of the track, staying away from everything that may cause any sort of mechanical DNF. Doesn't want a chain to pop off here. Runs a nice tight line through 2 trees. Keeps it tight as he comes through the final corner. Seth Frost will take the pre-final win. Dominant style over second place Jamie Vandenberg. Darren Walker will bring it home in 3rd place there, bringing it in a few laps early, and a couple of mechanical DNS for Jack and Leo there. They'll be looking at getting those all fixed up for the final. But does anyone have an answer for Seth Frost in the final? Will the track dry? We don't know. But if it's still wet come final times, yeah, looking pretty hard pressed to beat Seth Frost there. There was a dominant victory there in the pre-final. The Vortex Rock Senior DVS are sponsored by Bailey's Real Estate.
Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. Carter's Tyres. Whatever you do, tread true.
Let's talk to Mitch. Mitch, you're live on TV, mate. What's going on here? What's the strategy for the race?
I don't know. Just see what unfolds in front of him. Obviously, he's got to make some choices of his own and limit the mistakes. Stay off all the paint because paint's slippery in the rain. So I don't know. He's done this thousands of times before. So as long as he can execute his part of the deal, I don't see why we can't give it to Tommy and Marco, and hopefully the go-kart's good.
Have you gone, obviously, a full wet setup? What sort of things have you changed on the kart for that?
Nah, just slap wets on and we'll see what it does.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, pressures are a little bit different, but no, yeah. I obviously changed the whips a little bit, front and rear, and then tell the kid to do a good job and don't make any mistakes, and away you go.
No pressure?
Yeah.
All right, off you go.
Manson bringing it around. That's a pre-final win there from Marco Manson ahead of Lockie Tomlinson. Miles Baker bringing it home in third ahead of Tommy Hart. Luke McMillan brings it home next ahead of Lockie Roberts. Great race from the junior DVS there, keeping it on the track. You see after the race, they're finding water, trying to cool down the wets. Look after them. Look after them. They might need them for the final. Couple of DNFs there with Jack Phillips, Braxton Cravinger, and Max Amon, unfortunately unable to finish that one. Great job there from Marco Manson to hold off Lockie Tomlinson after a massive battle there. Miles Baker bringing home in third. I think that's the slowest cool-down lap I've seen all weekend. The national champ bringing it home in first. We'll feed you down now to Regan Hall, who's on the dummy grid with the Rotax Max Lights.
We've got Kian Burt here. We're going to have can we have a quick yarn with you, Bart? Kian, what's the plan? You've been running second to Caleb most of the weekend. How are you going to get ahead?
Not sure, just do the best I can. Caleb's obviously a really, really good driver, and I've obviously got the go-kart on point, so we'll try to do our best to see what we can do.
Yeah, do you reckon you'll have the edge in the wet?
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, I definitely have the home track advantage, but it's not like I do too many laps here, but we'll see. Anything can happen.
Yeah, well, good luck. It's going to be a good race. See if we can chat with Caleb. All right. Caleb Cross on pole. You've been winning all weekend. Are you confident for the wet weather?
Yes, I am. I'm always confident no matter what the conditions are, but anyone that tells you they know what's going to happen in this race is lying to you, because it's absolutely going to be a mixed bag. So we hope we got the setup right, and yeah, we just have to see how it goes. But I've done some research and watched some old footage, so I have a fair idea of the lines I need to be taking. So we'll see if that works.
Yeah, nice one. Have you raced in the wet here before?
Yes, I did back in the day.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. Good luck for it.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we can keep going. Have a quick yarn with Ash. What's the plan, mate?
I think just try to get a good start and just stay on the track is probably the best option.
Yep, nice. You raced here in the wet before. You know the lines.
Yeah, raced here last year for Rose City. We did pretty good. We got third in the wet heats, but managed to win the final.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Well, good luck. I might go across and see if we can catch up with Marco Manson, who's just won the pre-final. They should be coming out of the weigh shed now, so we'll see if we can catch Marco before the next race goes out. Marco, can we have a quick yarn with you on the live stream? Firstly, well done. That was an impressive win. Did you make a little mistake part way through and he got you back and then you came back through again? What happened there?
Oh yeah, just went around the corner and on the exit my engine just shut off, so I just lost all power. So then,
oh really?
It went going again, but yeah, it was a good race. Had a little battle with Lockie for a lap, and then finished the race there.
Yeah, you look really fast, so well done. Good luck for the final.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for that, Regan. I'll push the button to make sure my mic's working for this one. Yeah, I think I owe a round for that one for the live stream, boys. Sorry about that. Up next, we have the Rotax Max Light pre-final, 16 laps, sponsored by Manawatu and TRC Toyota. Brendan Hart, Fraser Hart, and the team down there. We'll see if you're in the market for a quality Toyota. Like I said yesterday, go on in there, mention my name, and they will add 10% to the bill. It's the best deal, Fraser said, that they can do for you. The South Island champ, X1NZ, Caleb Cross, starting pole. Multiple national champ, Kian Burt, starting off second as well. 3NZ, Ashton Phipps going off the
third spot with Cody Noble on fourth. Chris Benton going off fifth with local man Patrick Holmes starting sixth. He'll be looking to get a good start and make his way forward, showing great pace this weekend, Patrick Holmes. Ollie Workman, Lewis Draper going off the fourth row with Matthew Johnson and Jamie Thompson off the fifth row. It shows the quality of the field when Jamie Thompson is starting in 10th. Scott McDonald, Daniel Pye going off the 6th row with Ethan Holland and Jet Price in 13th and 14th. Sam Wang, Harrison Zhao off the 8th row. Ty Eggleton and Jack Bridgman off the 9th row. Nathan Grammer and Angus Just will be going off 19th and 20th, and Daniel Coleman will be going off the 21st spot. As these Rotax Max Light take to the track for their pre-final. First time on the track in the wet for this group of drivers as Caleb leads them into the tram lines. Is anyone going to be left out wide at Toyota? Who's going to make it through as they take the line? Caleb, great start. Kian gets shuffled wide. Cody Noble down the inside of all of them as they head to the hip, and Ashton Phipps, great start, pulls it up into second. Kian around the outside of Benton, holds on to the third position as Caleb Cross manages to stay in the lead as the jostling for positions further back happens as they head through Hart Hampton, back towards the infield now. Kian down the inside of Phipps, through Bamba. Caleb Cross running wide through pit entry. Kian Burt trying to take advantage of that, trying to drive around the outside of Two Trees. Caleb holds on to the position as they finish the first lap all over the curve. Final corner, Kian, great drive out of the final corner. Caleb pushes him to the inside. They both compromise their speed. Benton trying to capitalise on it as they head through Toyota, clobbering the curb. Look at all of them go. Chassis absolutely getting a hide in there on the curbs. Kian down the inside of the end of the straight, pulls it up. Kian Burt, the local man, now to the lead, signals to Benton. Come on, mate, let's pull away from these two as they get through Hart Hairpin. Heads back towards Bamba. Burt, Benton, South Island champ Cross, Phipps, local man Patrick Holmes making his way forward with Workman behind. Johnson, Noble, Jamie Thompson not able to move forward just yet. As I say that, he puts it down the inside of Noble at Two Trees. Jamie Thompson looking at moving his way forward in the arrow cart. But it's Burt still in the lead. Gets it turned through Higgins. Back down the straight. Got a bit of a gap now over Benton as they clobber the curb. If you're in the market for a new chassis, I probably wouldn't be buying one of these ones. The underside will be destroyed after this race. The way they'll be attacking those curbs. Workman down the inside of Patrick Holmes through Hairpin. Doesn't quite get it. Patrick looks back. Patrick Holmes doing a good job all over the back of Ashton Phipps at the moment as they head through pit entry. The 3NZ trying to move forward, make a position, puts a pressure on the South Island champ. Cross struggling a bit here in the wet. The dominance from yesterday not coming through just yet. Local man Burt out in the lead now. He's got that burl out with Callio on the spinners, absolutely dialed in. Benton doing a great job in the energy cart. Second place. As we get a pass there, the energy cart teammates as they head down into Hart Hairpin. Draper on Noble. Caleb Cross gets a bit loose on the exit, loses the position to Ashton Phipps. Workman trying to get right by Patrick Holmes, tries to get the up and under, doesn't have the speed. Patrick Holmes now all over the back of the South Island champ. Caleb struggling with a bit of front end there, doesn't want to turn. Again through Higgins, understeers, looks back, sees his teammate. As they head through Toyota, Patrick, great run through Toyota. Is going to go down the inside as they head into Rock Cup corner. Caleb pulls it up under brakes, does a great job there. A big angry pack forming behind the South Island champ. Matthew Johnson down the inside of Workman. Workman didn't see that one coming. He holds on down the outside, which turns to the inside. Bamba holds out Johnson, keeps the position. Jamie Thompson's catching up though. Burt doing a great job. Nice and calm, nice and steady as they head through the final corner. Benton, Phipps, Patrick Holmes gets past the South Island champ. So does Workman. Is Johnson going to go through there? Has Caleb Cross got an issue, or is it just set up? Cross holds on around the outside. Johnson, Thompson, as they battle through Toyota. Down the end of the straight. As they all make it, they pull it up. Draper's starting to make his way forward. He's pulled away from his teammate Noble. There's a big angry pack, gets through Hart Hairpin. Johnson gets ahead of Caleb Cross. Now Jamie looking at getting by Caleb. Caleb struggling with the front end of that arrow. Sliding as they get through two trees. Jamie down the inside. Gets it done. And Draper down the inside too. Caleb Cross having an absolute mare in this race. He'll be counting those laps. 10 laps to go. Workman wipes the visor as he goes down the straight as well. He's now trying to get to the back of Patrick Holmes. Move his way forward. Patrick still behind Ashton Fitz, the 3NZ. Burt right out in front now. Nice and smooth with Benton doing a great job there, holding off in second. Ashton Fitz leans on the wheel, leans to the outside, trying to shift the weight, trying to get the kart to turn. Patrick Holmes doing a great job, the local man, done plenty of laps around here. I've heard his dad has not touched his kart once this weekend, hence why he is that far up the grid. Great job, Richard, of leaving the kart alone. A big angry pack. Draper all over Caleb Cross. As they head down the straight, Draper looks back. Where's he going to make his move? Can he make his move? Caleb Cross, big slide through Toyota. Chalk and cheese from yesterday. Caleb Cross so dominant, 3 heat wins. The car looks so settled. Now it's just complete opposite, just sliding everywhere. Can't get the grip to the ground. Workman again, still behind Patrick Holmes. As the big pack that's forming behind Caleb Cross. More and more karts are added to it as each lap goes by. Draper down the inside of the final corner. He's had enough. 8 laps to go. Caleb looks back. Scott McDonald next in the queue. The front pack are gone. Burt 4.7 seconds ahead of Chris Benton in the lead, with Ashton Fitz another 4 seconds back on that. Workman still working on. Patrick Holmes goes down the inside of Bamba, gets it done finally. Patrick Holmes down pit entry, slides, big slides. Has he overcooked the wets? Johnson down the inside of two trees now. Patrick in 2 corners has lost 2 spots. He doesn't want to let it go. Workman struggling a bit there. Johnson now right up to the back of him. There's a big angry car pack behind Caleb Cross forms again. Scott McDonald now behind him. Gets good drive out of Higgins. As we've had Angus Justice gone off at Toyota. Unfortunately, that'll be the end of his pre-final. Burt, Chris Benton, Ashton Phipps, Workman, Johnson, Holmes. doing a great job. You see the karts running through Bambo. A dry line starting to form, or a drier line. Daniel Pye doing a good job moving his way forward, using his other motorsport experience to try and outsmart and outmaneuver the other drivers. Scott McDonald still working behind Caleb Cross as we tick off another lap. The closest battle we have on track at the moment. Looks like the front boys have all settled down. Phipps, Workman, Johnson, Holmes, Jamie Thompson doing a great job moving forward slowly and steadily. Big move into Rock Cup corners. Caleb Cross sliding everywhere with Scott McDonald still behind him. Cody Noble's gone back a little bit, but he's managed to steady himself and find his pace. Kian Burt, 5 to go. Keeping it smooth, keeping it consistent. Chris Benton as well. Look back, seeing he's got a gap. Workman and Johnson have caught Phipps as well as the leader goes through Toyota. Is that Workman able to do anything as they run through Toyota? Bounces off the curb. Phipps gets a better run out of it. Looks back. Sees that it's not just one kart, it's a couple karts coming towards him. Keeps it calm, keeps it steady as it gets through 50 Cent. Uses the bump to get it to turn. Workman deep under brakes, gets the kart turned. Uses the steering to slow the kart down as well. As we make it through the infield, as they get through pit entry there. Workman still can't find a way through on Phipps. Phipps doing a great job bouncing over the curb. Slides as he applies the lock. The rear absolutely refusing to do what he wants. He's working hard on the wheel now. Johnson behind as well, waiting for them to make a mistake. Ashton Phipps takes an excellent line through Toyota, but Workman deep under brakes, pulls it up. Caught Phipps napping. Now Workman into third. Phipps fourth with his teammate Johnson right behind him in fifth. Phipps looking at making a move back down on the inside of Bamber. Doesn't quite have the pace for it. Workman doing a great job of putting the kart in the position that he's unable to be passed. As they get through the infield, here comes Two Trees. Phipps down the inside. Workman has to check it up slightly as they bounce over the curb. Workman down the inside of the final quarter. Big slide. Johnson about to take advantage of it. Down the inside of Workman into Higgins. Phipps now got a gap as Workman's looking at the back of Johnson through Toyota. Gives him a bump. Gives him a little knock. Waves at him. Come on, let's go forward again. Back down the inside of Rock Cup corner. Throws it in deep. The Tony kart, or the Carlos Sainz OTK chassis, performing well under the brakes. Scott McDonald's managed to get by Caleb Cross. Now Cody Noble. Daniel Pye into hairpin. Pulls it up on Cody Noble. He's looking at making his way forward. 2 laps to go for Kian Burt now as he comes through. Takes the 2-lap board. Daniel Pye. Angry pack of cars through the infield. Johnson down the inside of Workman through the final corner. Phipps, Johnson, Workman. As they get through Toyota, they manage to pull it up. The fighting's allowing Patrick Holmes to rejoin the battle. Workman back down the inside of Johnson at Rock Cup corner. Johnson back down the inside of 50 Cent. The up and unders the whole way around the track. Down the inside for Workman through hairpin. It's a beauty of the KartSport Manawatu track. You can go 2 wide pretty much the whole way through the track. So many passing opportunities. Workman down the inside of Johnson as they head towards pit entry. Patrick Holmes running a bit wide, pushing it. Thompson now down the inside of Holmes through 2 trees. Patrick trying around the outside. Can't get it done. Thompson moving forward. The last lap board for Kian Burt. end of the straights, taking 50 cent, nice and calm. Out in front, Chris Benton in second, sitting pretty as well. And then we got the angry pack for third, fourth and fifth. Ashton Phipps has managed to pull away slightly. The 3NZ, Johnson ahead of Workman once again. Workman, has he got anything on the last lap? There's Jamie Thompson, Patrick Holmes. As we head through Bamba, Workman looks good on entry, Johnson looks good on exit. As we head through pit entry, Kian Burt's going to take the pre-final win. Dominant display over Chris Benton there is second place. Ashton Phipps is going to come home in third, the 3NZ, over his teammate, 48 of Johnson. Ollie Workman fought hard there, did a great job. Came home in fifth with Jamie Thompson moving forward into sixth. Patrick Holmes coming home in seventh with Lewis Draper in eighth as the rest of the field file through. Scott McDonald coming home in ninth, and Daniel Pye coming home making your top 10. South Island champ Caleb Cross going from pole, dropping all the way back to 11th. I bet he'll be glad that race is done. Cody Noble coming home in 12th with Harrison Zhao 13th. 14th being Sam Wang, 15th Jet Price, Ethan Holland, Dan Coleman coming home in 16, 17. Ty Egerton, Nathan Grammer, Jack Bridgman and Angus Just make up the following positions as they pull into the pit grid.
All right, we're down on the dummy grid for the start of Rotax Max Heavy. You got Trent Ingham. You've been dominating all weekend. You going to do the same in the next race?
Well, I'll let you know in about 20 minutes.
You should be quick around here in the wet, shouldn't you? You have the good setup from the Hart boys, and you just got to make sure you keep it on the track, right?
Yep, definitely. Just got to get a good start and try and pull a bit of a gap on the opening laps and then go from there.
Yep, nice one. Any secrets in the setup that the boys have done for you, or you probably can't tell us?
No, I can't. They'd be the best people to ask. So we'll just go out there and give it our best shot.
Yeah, you just drive it. Well,
yep.
Good luck. Good luck for the final as well.
Thanks.
We'll go and see Darren Walker quickly, and then we'll shoot back over. Is that? No?
That was a suggestion from Andre.
Oh, yep, we'll do that shortly. Darren, can we have a quick word, mate? What's the story? You gonna beat him in this one? You've been running second for most of the weekend. What next?
Oh yeah, I'll give it my best shot. I don't know, the weather changes it up a lot. Some drivers can drive better in the wet, and some struggle a bit more as well. So it'll be a lot different than the dry racing, I'd say.
Yeah, you've already had a practice run today, though, haven't you? So you got a bit of an advantage.
Oh yeah, you could call it that, but though the karts are a bit different, so yes and no.
Yeah. Well, good luck for the pre-final.
Great, thanks.
All right, we'll go over and catch the guys coming out of the weigh shed. So we'll see if we can get Kian Burt. He dominated that race, and unfortunately Caleb Cross went backwards big time, so he might not want to talk to us. I don't think he'll be happy after that one. All right, here he comes now, man of the moment. Kian, we'll grab a quick word once you push the cart over. Yep, all good. All right, we'll grab Kian now. Kian, wow, that was pretty impressive, man.
I didn't say anything. Sorry.
That's all right. That was really impressive. Amazing drive. Yeah, the cart looked really hooked up. You looked really hooked up. What's the secret?
Mate, just the Burl Art go-karts, honestly. I was so hooked then. Can't complain. Go-kart was hooked. Engine was moving. It's just the whole package right there.
Yeah, you did an awesome job, man. You just drove away. I think there was only two of you in the 53s, and I think you were doing like 52.2, so you're seriously quick. You think you can carry it on into the final?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, in that one there, I was definitely, after a couple of laps, I was just trying to look after the tyre. Then at the end I kind of saw what we had. Go back, talk to Kelly, tune it up a little bit more and see how we go on the next one.
Yeah, do you think the tyres are alright? Wasn't getting too dry for them? Or?
Oh no, definitely not. It was definitely still very wet out there. Big glossy patches on the outside. There's just damp patches on the inside, but the track was definitely still wet.
Yeah. Oh, well done and good luck for the final.
Thank you, much appreciated.
Do you want to talk to someone else?
Yep.
I guess we're
We're back into the racing, are we?
No, we are on.
Oh, we're on. All right, we're still live. Okay. I wanted to catch Caleb Cross, but I think he's a bit too far down, so we might have to go back to the racing.
Yeah, might go back to the racing.
Rotax Max Heavy out on the track now for their 16-lap pre-final. Brought to you by Marcel Electrical. Trent Ingham. Absolute domination yesterday as well. Did a great job with 3 heat wins. He'll be starting from pole in this one. Darren Walker will be going off second. Mason Armstrong and Ash Higgins will be going off the 3rd and 4th positions, with Tom Van Can and Aaron Tahu 5th and 6th. Adam Bell, Hero Sheridan will be 7th and 8th. Brett Holmes will be starting 9th. Mitch Vi 10. And it is a car salesman sandwich with Trent Ingham on pole and Brendan Hart starting 11th. Brendan Hart will be hoping that the wet weather sticks around. I heard from his mechanic that Brendan Hart is a wet weather specialist. He is so good in the wet. In fact, he put his fancy race suit on. As Ingham forms the grid. Can Ingham continue the form he had from yesterday? Can he hold on for 16 laps over Darren Walker? Darren Walker has already had a wet race today. Is that going to be an advantage? Has he made some setup changes to the Rotax? Does he know something that the others don't? As Ingham takes him to the starter's box, he's gone. Everyone's gone. As they make it through Toyota, they all turn. They get through Toyota cleanly. As they head down the straight, who's going to break the latest? As they make it through the top corner, Ash Higgins getting his elbows out. Pushes his way through 50 Cent. Hero Sheridan down the outside and in the inside. Oh, big slide. Tahu through Hart hairpin. As they battle down into Bamber Curve, Tahu forces the issue on Higgins. Ingham, Walker, Van Can's move forward. Hero Sheridan as well, with Tahu and Higgins battling it out. Adam Bell trying to get down there as well. Armstrong pushing his way through. Brendan Hart down the inside of Mason Armstrong. Armstrong going backwards in this one. Brendan Hart showing why he likes the wet. Down the inside of Adam Bell. Gets Aaron Tahu as well. Brendan Hart on the way forward. Going from the rear to the middle of the pack already. Aaron Tahu looks like he's got an issue with his FK kart. We've got Ingham and Walker and Van Cam battling it out in the front. Ingham has it. Van Cam down the inside of Walker into Hart hairpin. Can he get it done? As they come out, Walker just does the up and under, gets the power on, fires it back towards Ingham. Ingham not able to pull away just yet. As they work the wheel. The front three with Sheridan catching. Ash Higgins doing a good job of making the ground back up from the first lap incidences. Van Cam, just touches Walker as they go through the corner. Walker off. Ingham, Van Cam now in second. Sheridan sliding on entry into Higgins. Walker back on the track. He's going again, the 3NZ. Ingham through Toyota with Van Cam now in second. Sheridan, Ash Higgins, the local guy. Mason Armstrong made his way back up into 5th with Brendan Hart. Still battling away with Adam Bell and Mitch Vi. Brendan nursing an injury, but he's doing a great job there. Slow, gets a bit loose into Hart Hairpin as they come out. Hero Sheridan doing a great job on the wet, ahead of Van Can now through Bamber. Ash Higgins now working the back of Van Can as they head through the infield. Tom trying to get the drive off the corner. Ash all over the curb, gets it turned, gets it straight, back on the gas. Mason Armstrong now moving up with Adam Bell following him. Aaron Tahu doing a good job. He has carried on. He must have fixed whatever the issue was there. As they head down the straight, Ingham doing a good job in the lead. Hero Sheridan doing a great job of moving up into second with Van Cam still in third. Ash Higgins moved himself back into the fourth position. Mason Armstrong fifth. Bell sixth. Brendan Harden seventh. As we follow the chasing pack through the infield, Sheridan, Van Can and Higgins. Do they have anything for Ingham? Ingham just out on his own. Just setting the pace as he wants, looking up the tyres. Mitch Vi, incident in the last corner, gets a bit loose. Brendan Hart not turning at Higgins. It's all going off now. Van Can down the inside of Sheridan as we head down the back straight. Can he get it pulled up? Runs him off. Holds him out. Sheridan now back to third. Higgins still there in fourth. Couldn't capitalise on it. Van Can now up into second. Ingham 1.7 seconds ahead of the battling pack behind him. Mason Armstrong, Adam Bell doing a great job at just putting some tidy laps in and reeling themselves into that battle pack. They'll squabble over second and third and allow Mason and Adam to catch up and join the battle. Ash Higgins now on the back of Hero Sheridan. Hero losing a couple of tenths. Has his cart starting to go off? Has he set the pressures a bit too high, or is he just driving about hard? He drives it hard through Toyota, gets it off there. As we head down the straight, Ash can't outbrake him there. Gets good drive off the corner though. As we head through 50 Cent and towards Hart Hairpin. A bright yellow jacket of Hero Sheridan with a bright orange card of Ash Higgins behind him. Mason Armstrong's coming. Deep under brakes there, Armstrong. The energy cart looking gripped up and good to go as we get through the infield. Ash Higgins down the inside of Two Trees, holds him out at the apex. You can't up and under me, mate. Fires it over the curb. What's Hero Sheridan got? Mason Armstrong all over the back of Sheridan now. Through Toyota. Big handfuls of opposite lock as we get through Toyota, down the straight, down the inside. Mason Armstrong moving his way forward after the first lap difficulties. Back into fourth position. The 28 kart though, Trent Ingham out front, 2 seconds ahead of Van Can in the Arrow. Ash Higgins now, local guy in third spot. Adam Bell down the inside of Hero Sheridan through the infield, just absolutely bell bombed. Hero caught napping. Kart definitely seems to not be wanting to do what it wants. Understeer through the final corner. 9 laps to go as the rain starts to come back down. Darren Walker, Aaron Tahu fighting with Brett Holmes. Back down the straight. They all fire through, all clean, all staying on the track so far. Not making any mistakes. Tom Van Can managing to pull the gap back slightly. Fastest on track with a 55 flat. 3 tenths faster than Ingham on that one lap, on that last lap. The gap now 1.9 seconds. The 4 kart of Van Can. 8 laps to go. He's got plenty of time to catch him. As Ingham just slowly going through the processes, or is that his pace? Ash Higgins doing a good job of holding off in third over Mason Armstrong. Adam Bell chasing away. Hero Sheeran dropping back, looks back, sees he's got a gap to Brendan Hart. Knows he can just kind of settle into a rhythm now. Ingham answers back, sets the fastest lap time of the race, 54.9. Pulls the gap back out to 2.1 seconds. What's Van Ken got in this one? Are we going tit for tat here? Ingham working the wheel, Van Cam as well. As they each lap exploring the grip, pushing harder and harder, trying to get faster. Ash Higgins taking that inside line. Slightly different to everyone else, through two trees, over the curb. Done plenty of laps here in the wet, Ash Higgins. As we follow them through Higgins. Ash Higgins through Higgins corner, the bright green corner with the bright orange cart. The Higgins family, a long-time supporter of karting, especially here in the Manawatu area. Van Can responds back, 1.8 seconds. 0.3 of a second faster than that last lap over Trent Ingham. The rain drizzling down. It looks like the field's actually starting to compress a bit. It looks like Ash might be catching Van Can at the same time, so it looks like the whole pack is actually coming towards Ingham. As Ingham slides through the corner, as he's starting to cook the rears. 6 to go as we get through. Sheridan struggling to turn the car in. Definitely might have set the pressures a bit too high. Took off like a rocket at the start. Everyone else through Toyota. Once again, Trent Ingham has answered. He's responded, got the gap back out to 2 seconds. Ash Higgins is coming for Van Can. He's brought that in by 1/10 of a second as well. Mason Armstrong is having to deal with Adam Bell. Adam Bell looks like he's starting to drive to the back bumper of Mason Armstrong as the race is coming on. We got Ingham, Van Can, Higgins back battling over the curb. Armstrong, Bell, Sheridan. Darren Walker's done a great job of driving back through the field, up and under on Brendan Hart as he get out of 2 trees. Over the curb, Brendan Hart isn't having any of that. Drives around the outside, runs it wide and keeps it on the outside. Uses the grip on the outside to go around Walker. As they head down the straight, heading towards Toyota. Brendan not using the curbs, Walker using the curbs as they head down the straight. Who's going to break the latest? Probably going to be Brendan Hart. He is almost impossible to pass. I think regulations, the cart had to be 1400 wide, but Brendan Hart somehow's cart is 2.8 wide. Aaron Tahu's unfortunately out of the race. Van Cam 1.7 seconds behind Ingham with 4 laps to go. Ingham sliding through Higgins corner. The gap starting to come. I think they're going to run out of laps to catch Trent. Once again, Trent's put in another lap to build the gap back out. Ash has dropped a few seconds, a few tenths off Van Ken as well. So Van Ken's moving back and forth as the laps go on. As the rain continues to come down. Track constantly drying and then getting wet again, making it almost impossible for the drivers to know how much grip is out there. Ingham sliding through the corner. Higgins still using the curb. Seems to be the only one using the curb out of the top 5. With 3 laps to go. Sheridan through the corner. As we fire them down the back straight. Ingham safely through Toyota as we head down the back straight. Deep under brakes. whacks the steering lock on, gets the kart turn, applies the throttle, nice and smooth. Van Ken's the closest he's been so far, 1.6 seconds behind. There's only 3 laps to go though. Has he got anything? Has he been saving it for the last couple laps? It's going to have to be an almighty resurgence to get to the back of Trent Ingham. Armstrong gaining on Higgins as well. Got energy versus Sodi. 2 laps to go. Big slide out of Higgins for Armstrong as he wipes the visor. Tries to keep it nice and clean. Ingham though, well under control. Well under control, he's got it sorted. He knows he can bring it home. Just keep this pace. Keep it nice and smooth. As they head back down in towards Bamba. We head through 2 trees they go. Nice and calm. Karts aren't sliding around too much now. Oh, we hear some coughing and sputtering from another competitor in the background there. Someone got a mechanical issue. Last lap board is Ingham. Makes his way through Toyota. Van Ken, Higgins, Armstrong still catching. Adam Bell's dropped off. Trent Ingham though, putting on a performance here. Just stay clear of the drama at the start, built a gap, and he's been able to maintain the gap. Van Ken's done a good job of driving up in through second. Armstrong on the back of Higgins now on the last lap as they head through the corners. Ingham slides out as he puts the power down through 2 trees. Coming into the final corner now. Cranks the steering lock on, strains it up and gasses it over the line to take the pre-final win over the 4-car of Tom Van Ken. Ash Higgins does a great job of holding off for 3rd over Mason Armstrong. Adam Bell will be the next one home ahead of Hero Sheridan. Brendan Hart doing a great job of coming home in 7th. Darren Walker recovering to 8th after that opening lap incident. Brett Holmes 9th. Mitch Vi coming home in 10th. And unfortunately DNF there in the pre-final for Aaron Tahu. We'll try and figure out what happened to him. But great racing from the Rotax Max Heavies, brought to you by Marcel Electrical. I wonder if we're going to fire it back down to Regan and see who he's got lined up to ask the hard questions.
All right. Yeah, okay, we're on the dummy grid for Rotax Max Junior for their pre-final, about to go out. We'll have a quick chat with Zach Tucker. Zach off P2. Marco's been pretty quick all weekend, but you've been really quick. Had a little bit of bad luck, I think, in a couple of races. What's the plan for this race?
I don't know. I haven't driven. Well, I drove here in the wet last year, but it was a different car. So I don't know. I'm just gonna see how it goes and try and drive the best I can.
I'm sure you'll drive brilliantly. Are you confident you got the kart set up right, or Dad's got the kart set up right?
We've done a few things, so hopefully it's good. Just see if we make it around turn 1.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Yeah. Turn 1's very important. Good luck, mate. Good luck. All right. I think we've got time. Have we got time to have a quick chat with Marco? Marco, seems like I'm talking to you a lot this weekend. That's because you've been at the front a lot. What's the plan for this race?
Not much. Just go out there and do my best.
Do the same as you did in the last. All right, good luck. Go for it. Okay, we'll come down the middle here, and we'll go and see the guys coming out of the weigh shed. Let's jump over here, Jackson. Oh, I've got some shelter as well. Thanks. Thanks, Phil. They're actually being nice to me. That's good to see. I don't even know who won. Who won?
Trent got that.
Trent got the win. All right, Tony here, the main man, the mechanic on Trent's kart. That boy's been around a few years. He knows what he's doing. We'll have a quick chat with with Trent. Oh, Phil's bringing some shelter again. Thanks, Phil.
Legend.
I got to keep the camera dry. Don't think he cares about me. Trent, you did it, mate, again. You're on a roll.
Sure am.
Yeah, well done. Not bad for an old fella. You're not really that old. I keep calling you an old fella, but watch out, you're going to get run over. How'd it go? I didn't actually watch the race, but how'd it go?
It was pretty good. So I got a good start. I think there was a bit of battling going on behind me, so I managed to get a early lead and then just maintained it from there.
Yeah, nice one. Well done. But the most important one's coming up, so you'll be off pole for that. Did you look after the tyres enough?
Yeah, I was trying to in the last few laps. 21 laps for the final's a long time, so we'll just see how we go there.
You'll be fit enough, mate.
Yeah,
go for it.
I'm a bit fitter than the other guys in the class.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck.
Right, thank you.
All right, we'll go back to...
Trent Ingham there with another win. Dominant display in the pre-final there. Rotax Max Junior pre-final up now. Sponsored by Higgins Concrete, our primary sponsor for this event as well. Higgins Concrete. The pole position in juniors here, Marco Manson. He'll be leading off the field with Zach Tucker next to him. Miles Baker and Charlie Jamieson going off the second row. Third row will be Lockie Torkelson and Braxton Cravinger with Tommy Hart and Jaden Buttermore going off the fourth row. Fifth row, Levi McMillan and Cy Finnemore going off the fifth row. Sixth row, Arian Lala and Amelia Phillips. Seventh row, Louis Smith and Patrick McDonald. Eighth row, Indy Ewan and Jack Phillips. The ninth row is the five-carter Braden Watson and Angus Wilton. 10th row, Buster Bailey, Jacob Pye, and the 11th row, Magni Whittle and Xavier Bothaway. As they form up now as the warm-ups are done. As Marco Manson takes him to the starting box. He gets a clean start as they make their way through Toyota. They all manage to stay on the track as the rain is starting to come down now. Heavy as it's been all day as the spray is more intense as they head all to Rock Cup Corner. They all make it through. 50 Cent. The bump. The understeer. Charlie Jamieson down the inside of Miles Baker. Stays in fourth though. Marco Manson in the lead over. Zach Tucker, Baker, Jamieson, Jaden Buttermore, Tommy Hart down the inside of the pit corner. Tomlinson follows him through and then picks off Tommy Hart in through Two Trees as they go 2-3 wide out of Two Trees. Jack Phillips looking at making a move on Buttermore through pit corner. Bit of biff and bash there. Karts jostling for position, trying to find where they sit in the pecking order. Manson though, Tucker, Baker, Jamieson, Tomlinson, Hart, Buttermore, Phillips, Lala, Cravinger, Amelia Phillips, 3 wide down the inside of Rock Cup Corner. Lala has spun it up there sideways, loses some positions, carries on going. Manson, Tucker still, Tucker working at the wheel, getting the wheel spin on exit, working frantically, trying to get the front to get what he wants it to do. Baker right up there behind him. Charlie Jamieson wiping the visor, 2 laps in already, trying to see what's in front of him. Drivers will be cold after this one with the water coming down on them as they make their way through Toyota. Hit Lockie Tomlinson, launches over the curb as we head down the straight. Zach Tucker gets a good line through there, gets the kart turn. Is the kart starting to do what he's asking of it now? Can he start making some inroads on Marco Manson, who is checked out in front? Marco already done in a wet race today as well in the pre-final. Came away with a win in that. Can he go 2 from 2? Tucker gets through the infield. Baker having to contest with Tomlinson, who's those two have been battling as well already today. Charlie Jamison doing a good job there, sitting in 5th spot. Tommy Hart making his way forward. Buttermore leans on the tyre, trying to get the weight out, shifted, get the kart turned. Jack Phillips ahead of sister Amelia Phillips. Cy Finnemore in there as well. Cravinger with an absolute launch out of Higgins. Nick Millen now under attack from Cravinger as they head down the straight, down the inside, skates it on and hits the apex and picks off another one. Cravinger looking at moving forward. Tucker wiping the visor. Baker all over the rear bumper. A Hart kart looking steady, looking strong. The Carlos Sainz kart working at the wheel. Zach Tucker knows what he's doing. As we all head through the infield again. Down the inside, oh, there's an incident there. Jacob Pye has been dispatched. He's back, he's going. As they go down the straight, Amelia Phillips looks to make a move on her brother Jack down the inside. Gets it stopped at the apex. Eyes forward, she gets through 50 Cent. Looking at making some ground. As we, Marco Manson out in front now, pulling away. The battle pack, Zach Tucker, Miles Baker and Lockie Tomlinson in behind. Charlie Jamison in behind that. Launches it. Baker getting through on Zach Tucker there. Now, how many times have we had to say this? Marco Manson with Miles Baker in behind, all the other way around. Those Hart karts, they know how to get themselves to the front. The drivers definitely know how to work those wheels. Manson, 4.2 seconds in the lead, doing a great job. Baker, Tucker, Lockie Tomlinson, Tommy Hart. Charlie Jamison launches it over the curb. Jaden Buttermore now trying to go around the outside. Amelia Phillips feeds it down the inside of Hart Hairpin. As they come out of Hart Hairpin, Charlie's still in the lead. Buttermore's lost a couple of positions. Jack and Amelia Phillips now working together, making their way through on the field. Cy Finnemore drops a wheel on the entry, manages to keep it going. Loses the position again to Jaden Buttermore. Craving is there on the outside as they try to get through pit corner 2 wide. 10 laps to go. Battles all the way down the field. Tucker's lost another spot to Tomlinson this time. Struggling a bit for pace at the moment. Kart sliding around as they make their way through 50 Cent. Cy Finnemore, Cravinger down the inside of Finnemore, gets the up and under, gets the position. Finnemore arguing through Bamba, has to concede, Tuck's back in line. Manson though, out front. He knows his processes, he knows how to control a race. He is gone, 4.6 seconds ahead of Miles Baker. Miles Baker another 1.3 ahead of Tomlinson, who's ahead of Tucker. There's a small gap back down to Tommy Hart. Charlie Jamison doing a great job ahead of Amelia and Jack Phillips, with Buttermore, Cravinger and Finnemore as well. We head through 50 Cent. Cravinger now all over the back of Buttermore. Is he going for a move? Doesn't quite get it turned in. They head through the infield there. Running a bit wide on the understeer on turn in. Craving has managed to get through. Finnemore's now right behind Buttermore. Launching it himself over the curb. Down the inside of the last corner. Can he get it turned? Gets it done. Finnemore puts a move on Buttermore. McMillan now trying to make a move. The Mainland Series champ as they head through Toyota. They all make it through cleanly. Marco Manson doing a great job out front. Fastest on track ahead of Miles Baker. Lockie Thompson, Sin in third. Zach Tucker doing a good job of holding off fourth now over Tommy Hart. The gaps now in the front starting to spread out a bit. Jaden Buttermore having to deal with Levi McMillan. They come through the final corner here. Turn, kart protests. All the water on the track. The MG wet doing its best to disperse the water. As we head down the straight again with the leaders. Pulling it up, making sure they're hitting their points. One wrong tyre placement can cost them a race. One white line touch spins the kart. As the karts all turn in, they crank the lock on, get the wheel jacking. Who can get on the power the fastest? Who can break the latest? Braxton Cravinger doing a good job, putting in some steady laps, moving his way forward, getting to the back of Jack Phillips now. McMillan still not able to get past Buttermore. That's another lap, but he's stuck behind him. 6 laps to go. Manson out front. Baker second, Tomlinson third, Tucker in fourth, Hart fifth, Jamison sixth, then the Amelia and Jack Phillips 7th and 8th. Arian Lala has done a good job making his way back up into 16th. There is the 87 kart, by the looks of it, or 84 kart, sorry. Angus Wilton runs wide at Hart Hairpin there. Manages to hold on to the position. As Louis Smith and Buster Bailey try and chase him down. Arian Lala catching to the back of Buster Bailey there. Arian done plenty of laps around the Manawatu track. Leaders all starting to spread out. Cravinger catching to the back of Jack Phillips there. Launching over the curb at 50 Cent. Deep under brakes at Hart Hairpin. Right up to the back of Jack Phillips as they get drive out there. Jack puts his foot down as they go through Bamba. Who's got the better turn? Who's got the better drive? As we head through pit entry here. Left-hander. Cravinger working at the wheel. Phillips. Good drive off 2 trees. Sliding it through. Cravinger coming, having a look. Jack running a little wide. Cravinger using the curb. 4 laps to go. Levi McMillan, the Mainland Series champ, has got by Buttermore. We head through Toyota. What's Cravinger got? Launching it over the curb. They all wipe the visor. To get through 50 Cent. Karts look settled. Massive spray off the karts now. Big rooster tails. Vision starts to get affected now. You see more hands wiping visors. Cravinger doing a good job behind Jack. Rog goes for the move down the inside of pit entry. Caught Jack sleeping. Wasn't expecting it. Cravinger moves up a spot. Next target would be Amelia Phillips. Is Marco Manson still out in front, starting to catch some lap traffic now. Xavier Brothaway sees the blue flag, lets him go, doesn't get in his way, does a great job there. Manson taking off another lap. He's got one more to go. Or a couple more to go, sorry. Miles Baker keeping it on the black stuff. Tomlinson, Tucker, Tommy Hart, Charlie Jamison looks to be the fastest out of those three there. He's catching up to the back of Tommy Hart, who is catching up to the back of Zach Tucker. 2 laps to go. Can Charlie Jamison do anything here? As they come out of 2 trees, good drive. Launching over the curve, Charlie. Leans the body, tries to get the weight onto the outside tyres for the turn. Cravinger also catching up to the back of Amelia Phillips. Cravinger doing a great job on this one. As we make our way through Toyota, follow the leaders down the straight here. Deep under brakes, Tucker working the wheel. Tommy running wide. Charlie goes, thank you, I'll take that position. Tommy Hart dropping back a position there. Charlie Jamison moving forward, eyes forward, he keeps going. Next one on the target list, Zach Tucker. That one won't be so easy to get. Marco Manson taking the last lap forward now as he shoots off down the straight. Baker second still, Tomlinson third, Zach Tucker fourth, looks back, sees Jamison, the bright yellow gloves of Jamison coming at him. Tommy Hart next up, Cravinger getting past Amelia Phillips and Jack Phillips. Cy Finnemore there with McMillan, Buttermore. As they make their way down the straight. Manson through Bamber, through pit entry. Nice and calm, nice and steady. Right away from all the white lines, all the curbs. Just got to bring it home now as he comes through the final corner, gets a turn, foot down. That's another pre-final win there for Marco Manson. Miles Baker's going to bring it home in second, ahead of Lockie Tomlinson. Zach Tucker race into the flag of Charlie Jamison. Zach running a little wide. Can Charlie get down the inside? Just misses out. Zach Tucker just ahead of Charlie Jamison and Tommy Hart in 6th place. Cravinger will bring it home in 7th, ahead of Amelia and Jack Phillips. Cy Finnemore will round out your top 10. Levi McMillan, Jaden Buttermore, Angus Wilton, Louis Smith, Arian Lala back up into 15. Magni Whittle, Patrick McDonald, Buster Bailey in 18th, Braden Watson 19th, Indy Ewan 20th, Jacob Pye 21st, and Xavier Bothaway bringing it home in the 22nd position. Another great pre-final win there for Marco Manson. You see the track is definitely getting wetter with the constant rain coming down. The weather report once again has lied to us. It was meant to be beautiful clear grey skies here in Manawatu. Apparently that means rain. I think we're finding another person to poke and prod maybe down in the pits. We'll see where Regan's gone. He's there. We'll feed you down to Regan now.
The dummy good for KZ2. We're going to go and talk to Dave Malcolm, one of the legends. I'm going to have to push him as well. I don't know if I'll be able to actually. What's the story, David? You're how old are you? We probably shouldn't talk about that, but you're the oldest guy here.
No, mate.
How do you keep up with all these young blokes?
with great difficulty, mate. With extreme difficulty. Yeah, the field's pretty talented. You've only got to look at how Irwin's going in Europe. The quality in New Zealand's pretty high. So yeah, it's really, really hard, and a 10th is a lot, and it's keep thinking about it, keep working hard, keep sitting in the seat, keep driving. And cool, can I have a push?
Yeah, I'll give you a push. We'll get that on the live stream too, eh? All right, we're still on. We can we'll go and catch Rotax Junior have just finished. We'll see who we can catch coming out of the weigh shed. Oh, look who we're talking to again. Marco, we're talking to you again, mate. How did that go?
Yeah, good. Just kept my lead the whole race, which was pretty nice.
Yeah, nice. Come over here, mate, out of the so we don't get run over. You're having a pretty good weekend, so I'm running out of questions for you. But did you look after tyres enough for the final?
Well, we're only doing the pre-final and pre-final and final maybe on them, so not much to look after. But no point of pulling a gap that's and cooking your tyres. Just look after them a little bit more and let the gap come back, because I'm pretty sure I had a pretty big gap, so I'm happy.
Well done, mate, and go hard for the final.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll see if we can catch Miles Baker. Oh, here he is. Oh, you're already here waiting. How did that go, Miles?
Yeah, it was a tough race. I didn't get the best of starts, so once I kind of got clear, Marco was already gone, and he had good pace, so I couldn't catch him. So yeah, it was a tough race. But
what happened at the start?
I was starting third, and it just took a while for the karts to come on and get past. I think it was Zach. So yeah, but once I got past him, I think pace was pretty good. It just took a while to come.
So setup felt good. Do you think you're confident for the final?
Yeah, I think we'll have a crack, and we'll see where it goes.
Nice one, mate. Good luck for it.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go back to Scott for the racing.
KZ2 now out for their pre-final. 16 laps. These are the heavy hitters now. Dan Bray will send us away from pole here with Jacob Cranston going off second. Raymond Mellon and Graham Smythe will be going off third and fourth. Blake Corrin, Luke Thompson fifth and sixth. Blake Corrin appears to have an issue on the warm-up lap there down the hill. Mitch Corrin and Nathan Crane will be going in the 7th and 8th spot. Sam Jones going off 9th and Dave Malcolm in the 10th. Ethan Sayer and Henry Gill will go off 11th and 12th. Good to see those boys back out on the track. Looks like there was an aborted start there with the Blake's kart there stuck on track. Appears to have a mechanical issue as he is looking down at maybe it's a gear lever or a gear shifter issue as he goes to push start his kart, see if he can get it fixed. As he runs behind the bags and we can't see him anymore. Tricky conditions now for the KZ. Different driving style needed for a KZ, let alone in the wet. You'll see Dan Bray's fancy brake shields there. He's got a couple of ice cream container lids in front of his front rotors to try and stop the water on the brake rotor. Just try and keep some brake temp, stop them grabbing too much or not grabbing at all. Jacob Cranston lining up number 2. Raymond Mellon did a great job yesterday. As the boys start lining up now. You imagine this 50 horsepower trying to put that to the ground, let alone putting it down in the wet. As Bella gives us the green flag, they all try and put it into first gear. Sam Jones slap it a bit harder this time. Get it in first gear, hit the clunk. Revs build. Lights on, lights go out. Good start from Crenny. Bray wheel spins. Great start from Jacob Cranston. Graham Smythe gets the jump as well, moves himself up into second. Bray gets off eventually into third. Bit of biff and bash as they end up in the hairpin and 50 Cent there. Who's that? It's Luke Thompson and Krang. Corrin trying to go around the outside. Cranston out in the lead there. With Smythe, Bray, the Tuizena, Raymond Mellon, Thompson, Corin, Krang, Malcolm. They all fire through the infield. 1 lap done. 1 lap done. Settle in. You got 15 more to go. It's easier said than done when we're standing on the outside here. They're pulling gears, adjusting brake biases while trying to race everyone else as they fire through down through Toyota over the curb. You see the karts flex as they get back on the power. Deep under brakes. Rennie climbing the curb. Smythe trying to go with him, not letting him go. Bray back into a rhythm, trying to move forward as we head through. Corin looks to put a move on Thompson there. Thompson runs a bit wide through Bamber. Mitch Corin right behind him. You got Krang behind him too. Krang, oh, bit of touching as they go through 2 trees. They all manage to get through cleanly. Mellon right behind Bray as well as they run through Higgins down the back straight. Bray gets the power down nicely, pulls a gap, gets it through Toyota as they start pulling top gear. Feed it back down the gearbox as we get to the end of the straight. Hope it pulls up. Most power, and they've got the stickiest tyres, but it's still hard to drive in wet weather. Jacob Cranston doing a great job out front. Graham Smythe still holding on to him there. Mellon right behind Bray. Thompson, Corin, Krang, Malcolm, Gelb, Sayer, Sam Jones there. As we make our way back for another lap down the straight. Mellon still not able to pass Daniel Bray as he pulls up through the break, through Toyota, back down the straight. Who's going to break the latest? Makes up all that ground under braking, but Bray gets a good drive off the corner as they towards Hart Hairpin. Bray a lot more shallower on entry over Mellon. Mellon takes a more arcing approach, carries that mid-corner speed. But Bray's point and shoot, uses that to get the drive off the corner. May potentially be trying to look after the tyres a bit as well as he slides through 2 trees, trying to get the power down. Doing a good job of keeping up with the front 2 as well. Hasn't lost too much time as Mellon hustles over the back of Bray down into Toyota. Bray, such confidence under brake. Daniel Bray so deep, gets it pulled up every time, gets it turned. Mellon running the more conventional racing line, a more arcing, keeps that mid-corner speed, tries to keep it flowing. Can start to heat the tyres up in the long-term run as well. Jacob Cranston out front, just ticking off the corners. Graham Smythe doing a great job of holding him there as well. As David Malcolm and Henry Gelb go at it through the infield. The battle for fifth between Mitch, Krang and Thompson seems to have settled down, with Mitch coming out on top now, with Krang moving up and Thompson moving back as they all head through Toyota. It's hard enough to take Toyota in the dry, let alone in the wet. The water running across the track and down the hill. The white lines are slippery, the curbs just been painted. The track painting look amazing. Thank you Road Marking Services for the servicing and the painting that they have done over the last couple of weeks. The tram lines and all the curbs. The place looks amazing, even in the wet. As we come through. Crenny still holding on to the lead. Smythe keeping him honest. Bray pulled away a bit there from Raymond now. Not comfortable, but still able to push. Soaring at the wheel as they get through Toyota. Raymond so deep under brakes at the end of the straight. Makes up all the distance that Bray pulled on through the infield. Again, into Hart Hairpin. Mitch Corin and Nathan Krang are going at it. They've renewed their battle. as we... I feel like I need about 16 pairs of eyes to catch all the action here, with Raymond having a poke down the inside of Bray. Krang now trying to get a move going on Mitch Corrin. Mitch Corrin running a good block line there, not allowing Krang through. Thompson trying to stay with Krang and Corrin. Bray, Mellon, still going at it, lap after lap. Back deep under brakes, Raymond. Bray driving off the corner. Mellon, the Sodi kart, looking settled under brakes. Into Bamba. Run a very narrow line, so they missed the bump on the entry there. As the water is starting to settle a lot more on the track. We're starting to see a lot more stationary puddles. The spray coming off the karts, increasing as the laps go by. As we through Higgins they go. Back down to the starters box. Launching it through Toyota. Jacob Cranston with a big slide out of Rock Cup corner there. Looks back and sees the gap he's got. He's not safe yet. 1.6 seconds. Graham Smythe doing a great job. Moved himself up into second. Mellon not able to get by Dan Bray. Dan Bray's cut a couple of laps around a couple of tracks in his time. Seven laps to go for Jacob Cranston now. Krang still working on Mitch Corrin. Pulled the gap right back. Mitch pulled it a few kart lengths in the couple laps prior. Whether he's made a mistake or Krang has made some pace, but they're going at it still. Mellon closer than he's been. Oh, deep dive, drives into the side of Bray. Locked up the brakes. Bray's managed to carry on going. Same with Mellon. Has that caused any damage? Bray looks okay, so does Mellon. They carry it on. That was deep under brakes. Krang hits some still water understeers as well. Goes side by side through the infield with Corrin. Corrin comes out on top of this one. Krang trying to drive around the outside of Two Trees. Corrin ushers him wide as they get through the final corner here. Mitch Corrin stays in front for this one. Krang has to settle, reset, go again. As we head down the straight, as they go through Toyota, Krang right under brakes, catches right up to Mitch Corrin as they squirrel. Oh, wheel spin for Mitch Corrin going down the straight. Krang's got him, pulls it up at the braking point. Krang moves forward. Mitch Corrin now becomes the attacker. How well can he attack? How well can Krang defend against Corrin? Bray's doing a good job of still holding off Raymond Mellon. Raymond Mellon looking fast but just unable to get past Bray. David Malcolm calling it quits and pulling into the pits. He's had enough. Bray still ahead of Mellon. Jacob Cranston out and gone now. Graham Smythe doing a great job keeping it on the track in second place. The battle for third, though, has not stopped. Mellon's keeping the wise old fox honest there. Back down the inside. Bray running a little wide there. Here we go again. Bray running the inside line. Gets a bit squirrely. Understeers a bit. Up and under trying. Can't quite get the drive. Bray doing an excellent job of just putting the kart in all the right positions so Raymond cannot get by. Back down the inside as they get through Two Trees. Gives them a touch, gives them a tap. Hey mate, I'm still here. Don't slow up too much. As Bray drives it in deep. 4 laps to go. We back down the straight. Bray pulls that gap again. He's got a motor on him. He knows how to get it and lays it down. Raymond down the straight. Makes up all that time under brakes. Pulls the gap right back. Hop over the curbs to get through 50 Cent. Krang's now been released from Mitch Corrin as we've had Henry Gelb go off at the end of the straight. He might have outbraked himself. There's that battle. Third and fourth still rages. Closest thing we have on track at the moment. Jacob Cranston gets the 3 laps to go. Graham Smythe runs a little wide there, but keeps it on the track. Raymond Mellon just pushing, hoping he can force Dan Bray into some sort of mistake. It'll take a bit to get Dan Bray to make a mistake. Back down into High Heppen. Crenny out in the lead, looking smooth, looking calm as Crenny runs it through 2 trees, keeps it nice and smooth, stays away from the curbs. And then the battle for third still raging. Parallel Kart, Dan Bray, Sody Kart, Raymond Mellon. Dan Bray trying to get some laps in before he potentially goes over to the woods. He says that, but we all know he's going. He said he needed permission from his boss. I'm sure after watching this, she'll say yes. Bray seems to have broken the gap out slightly to Raymond now for third. But surely not enough to be comfortable as he understeers as he hits the puddle on the inside of the corner. Raymond sees that, builds that gap right back, pulls it right up to the bumper of Bray again. Last lap now for Jacob Cranston. 935 odd metres to go. Gets one corner done. Smythe, Bray, Thompson. Mellon, sorry. Kreng, Mitch Corrin. Then we got Thompson. And then we got the young buck, Ethan Sayer, still out there. Second meeting in a KZ, doing a great job. And then Sam Jones. A 9 card of Jacob Cranston. Getting through the infield. Feeds it down the gearbox. Dan Bray he's had to work hard for this one. 16 laps of pure torment as he's been pushed to the finish. Jacob Cranston now coming around the final corner. Keeps it off the curb. That's a pre-final win there for Jacob Cranston. Graham Smythe coming home in second. Dan Bray doing an excellent job of holding on for third place ahead of the 2NZ of Raymond Mellon. Nathan Craig bringing it home back next with Mitch Corrin and Luke Thompson next. We've got Ethan Sayer bringing it home in 8th with Sam Jones bringing it home in 9th. Henry Gelb having a DNF going off at the end of the straights. David Malcolm bringing it in early, and Blake Corrin unfortunately having that mechanical DNF or DNS, unable to take the start. That is KZ2 pre-final done and dusted, sponsored by Sylvester Clark Consultant Engineering. I guess if you're on the market for a big building to be drawn or some work like that, hit up Cam and the team. I don't know how I can promote Cam's business any more than that. But I think Regan and the team have just been sent out there. They might go try and find someone to poke and prod down in the dummy grid.
Or the pre-final of Vortex Mini Rock. Nixon, how's it going, mate?
It's going great so far. Hopefully the pre-final goes as well as all the other races have.
Yeah, you've been really quick this weekend. It's pretty impressive to see. Do you think you have the same pace in the wet?
I haven't really been on the new wet tyres too much, so I think, but I went on them in Auckland, so I think we have a chance, and we won there, so it should be good.
Yeah. Nice one. What's the strategy for this race?
Hopefully to win, but just drive the car as fast as I can and not spin off.
Yeah. Go fast and no mistakes.
Yep.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we'll shoot over to the weigh shed and catch the KZ guys. There's Graham Smythe walking through over there. I think we might miss him. Yeah, he's already gone. Excuse me, coming through. Let's catch Dan Bray. Dan, can we have a quick word?
Yeah, sure.
Go over here out of the way so we don't get run over. That probably didn't go as well as you wanted it to.
No, I just burst up onto wheel spin off the line, and I chose the inside because, you know, Pole gets to choose. And I thought I'd have more traction with more water down there, but no, she's just like ice down there. And then, hey, Raymond got a good start and belted me from behind as well, but I just struggled with rear traction all race. So, no, Raymond and I had a real good race. It was a bit of tit for tat and hard racing and locking brakes and going wide, and he got me. And
yeah, it looked like it was pretty close there a few times, but eventually I think you got a bit of a gap towards the end and managed to hold that.
I think I settled down a little bit, but yeah, hey, look, we've got a bit of work to do to get to those front guys. I think I think it's a little bit of tyre pressure, I think, because at the very end it started to come a little bit. It's still not enough to get to cranny, but I think, you know, a couple of tweaks and I think the rain's here for the rest of the day, you know.
Yeah, and the tyre pressures are so critical in these tyres, aren't they? You get 1 or 2 pounds wrong and you can be out of the window, can't you?
Yeah, you know, and watching the juniors, they started to actually form a little bit of a dry line in the mid-race, and then the rain came just as we were about to go out, and I got a real wet ass now, but from the puddles. But, you know, hey, look, you've got to have what the conditions are is what the conditions are, right?
Yeah, I'll go and dry out and go again for the final.
Yeah, sweet as. Thanks.
Right, cheers. All right, well, I think we're waiting on recovery still. Who else can we have a chat to? Let's go and talk to Kevin Storr. Kevin Storr's he's the mechanic extraordinaire for the Drago team.
I wouldn't think so.
Do you know what happened to Blake? He didn't even make the start, did he?
No, it fired good off the start here, and then, as I say, got there just before turn one and just died. So just died.
Yeah, mechanic obviously did something wrong.
Boy, possibly be the mechanic. They're going to blame someone, blame me. Yeah, it's always his fault.
Yeah, all right. We'll let you get on with it.
We'll have good new tyres for the next one.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Oh, we've run out of people to talk to, so we'll go back to Scott.
Thanks, Regan. Now it looks like the rain is still coming down with the VMR pre-final now on the dummy grid. VMR sponsored by DL Tree Services. 13 laps here for these guys. Nixon Cripps going off pole. Dominating performances so far from Nixon. Night and day, clear up front. Riley Craig, Flynn Pocock, couple of local lads. They'll be hoping to take it to Nixon. Don't let him get away. They'll be wanting to go with him. The North Island champ, Matthew Shaw, will be going off 4th. 3NZ, Nico Tomlinson off the 5th spot with Ivor Spence going off 6th. Charlie Clark and Reed Phillips, the 4th row, 7th and 8th. Brian Milne and Alex Craig off 9 and 10. Nico Hewson and Aaron Lee, 11 and 12. Benji Bellamy, Dominic Ivers, 13th and 14th. Elliot Armstrong and Oliver Dennison will be going off 15th and 16th. Ollie Bennett, Van Merritt, 17th and 18th. Sam Amon will be going off the 19th spot. And Iris Lee and Nixon Boscher will be going off the 20th and 21st spots, respectively. As they head out the gate now, Nixon Cripps. Can he carry that form on? Can he keep it going? Different track surface now. Different conditions. It's wet. It's slippery. The kart looks settled in the dry. What's it going to look like in the wet? Can the local guys, can the local boys, can they take anything to him? Nixon has had an answer for everything that anyone's thrown at him all weekend. You want to go fast? I'll go faster. You want to build a gap? My gap's bigger. As they all go out there now. The 1NZ. This is the last pre-final of the day before we start moving into the finals. Grab the umbrellas. Make your way to the fence. These kids know how to race. They know how to race in the dry. Imagine these guys in the rain. We're about to find out. 13 laps. Who's got the kart set up? Who's the most confident in the wet? Who can avoid all the drama and slice your karts through the gaps? As we see there on the screen the starting grid. Nix and Krebs bringing the field in as they all slow down now. They all start forming the two rows. All the team bosses and the trainers and all the engineers and mechanics make their way to the fence to see where their drivers are, see how the karts are looking, see if they need to do anything else for the final. 13 laps. Track very, very wet now. You'll be asking a lot of these guys just to keep it on the track for 13 laps, let alone race the best races in the country. As the bobbleheads start, will they start bumping each other going into the tram tracks? Lead around. When's Nixon going to go? Is he going to go early? Is he going to run them late? We're about to find out as we hit the yellow line. And he's gone. Riley Craig's done a great job of going with him as they go through Toyota. Matthew Shaw around the outside of Flynn Pocock as well as they all manage to get through Toyota down into the first corner. Riley Craig down the inside of Nixon Cripps. Nixon forces the issue through 50 Cent, but doesn't deter Riley Craig, who's now in the lead. Now Nixon's getting bombed into Hart Hairpin. Matthew Shaw, Flynn Pocock coming through. Nixon's holding on. Riley Craig into the lead. The Palmy boy, Matthew Shaw, the North Island champ, the national champ, Nixon Cripps, Flynn Pocock, as they all file through. As they get through the infield now, pit entry, can they all make it through there? Side by side, they jostle for positions. Out of two trees, Benji Bellamy down the inside of Bray Milne. Bray down the inside of pit corner. Ollie Bennett trying to force the issue. But Riley Craig into the lead. Matthew Shaw chasing. Nixon Cripps gives the visor a wipe with Flynn Pocock right behind them. We've got Reed Phillips there. Ivor Spence. Boys pulling it up at the end of the straight. Kart squirreling around. Benji Bellamy making a good move. Oh, is he? Didn't quite get it down. Got driven around as they get through Hart Hairpin here. Oh, who's gone off? Oh, Matthew Shaw. He's thrown it away. Second place, Nixon Cripps now. Fighting with Flynn Pocock for second. Drives around the outside. Flynn doing a good job. Riley Craig out in the lead. Keeping it calm, but he's got Nixon Cripps, the national champs, trying to chase him down now as he slides through the right-hander. Oh, runs a bit wide through the pit corner there. On the curb, through the puddles. 11 laps to go. As the train and the snake follows him through. We've got Reed Phillips coming up. Ivor Spence following them as they go down the straight, and Alex Craig, the brother of the leader, right in there as well. Riley Craig doing a great job through 50 Cent, catches the slide, doesn't allow it to get too out of hand. Deep under brakes, jacks the kart. The Paralin looking good at the moment. We got the Illuminos and the GP chasing as well. Has a quick look around, see where everyone's at. As we fire through the Bamber, we got big Bray Mill down the inside at Bamber. Runs it wide through pit corner there. Ollie Bennett making some positions up there through the infield. Doing a great job moving his way forward. Flynn Pocock puts a pass on Nixon Cripps, moves himself up into second. We got a Palmy 1-2. Oh, we got an incident here in the final corner with the 15 kart. That is Oliver Dennison, sorry. He's off. He's moving again. So we got Riley Craig, Flynn Pocock, Nixon Cripps. Ivor Spence has now moved his way up into the 4th spot over Reed Phillips. Charlie Clark makes a move on Alex Craig now. Alex not allowing that. Goes around the outside. Holds him out. Charlie finally gets the move done. As we battle away. 9 laps to go. Still plenty of race. A long race ahead of these guys. Riley in the lead. Flynn Pocock doing a great job in 2nd. Nixon Cripps in 3rd. Ivor Spence in 4th. Reed Phillips in 5th. As they all manage the understeer. Get it through Higgins' corner. And they fire down the straight. Yes to Toyota. How much speed do you want to carry through, Toyota? Can you risk it? Get to the end of the straight. Nixon Cripps back down the inside of Flynn Pocock. Flynn's not letting it go though. Racing them hard. As they get through Hart Hairpin. Nixon pulls it up early. Flynn Pocock all over the back of Nixon Cripps. They say that the wet weather is an equaliser. This race so far has definitely proven that right, with Riley Craig now still in the lead. Nixon Cripps got a clear nose ahead of him. Can he put some lap times in that we know him to do? Pulled a bit of a gap there now on Flynn Pocock, the 1NZ. Runs it into the curve, through the puddles again. Is a big understeer moment as he hits Higgins' corner. As we get through Toyota, who's going to carry the most speed? Nixon launches it through Toyota. Man, check out the airtime as he hits the bump. Flynn Pocock manages to get back by him. Riley Craig is loving this. Boys, you keep fighting. I'll just keep ticking the laps. We got Riley Craig, Flynn Pocock, Nixon Cripps doing a good job of holding onto the cart as he fired it off at Toyota. Still in 3rd. Ivor Spence now trying to reel the front pack in as they fight. Reed Phillips doing a great job of staying with Ivor, who then is just running a little wide. Reed Phillips holding on to it as they get bombed down the inside. Charlie Clark doing a great job. The Roto Motorsport driver trying to get by the Sodi kart of Reed Phillips as they hit. Gets a good drive out of Higgins. Can we go side by side? Reed holds on to it. Ivor goes a bit wide. Reed Phillips down the inside. Oh, Nixon Cripps. He's off the track at the end of the straight. He's hopping in the car. He's trying to get the drive. He's stuck. He's got to wait for all the cars to go by before he... Now he's out of the car. Now he's pulling it. He had to wait for the whole line to pass. He's back in. Can he get it going? He's off. But he has lost so much time. He has gone to the back of the grid. Nixon Cripps from the front to the back. The rain has just thrown an absolute spanner in the works. Riley Craig, Flynn Pocock out front. Reed Phillips from the Hawke's Bay in 3rd. Charlie Clark, Ivor Spence, Alex Craig, Benji Bellamy doing a great job of driving through the field towards the front now. Nico Thomason now squiggles as he gets through into Higgins. Now where's the battle going to come next? We've got the angry pack foreman. Charlie Clark, Ivor Spence, big handfuls of opposite lock on turn in. Pushing the carts. Deep under brakes. Alex Craig, Benji Bellamy, another couple of Palmy boys. The Palmy boys definitely taking advantage of the local track knowledge. Look at them go. Benji Bellamy, great drive out of Bamba. Right up to the back of Alex Craig through pit entry. Is he going to go down the inside of Two Trees? Doesn't quite have the pace for it just yet. The top two driving away from Reed Phillips and Charlie Clark now. Reed, small bit of understeer going through the final corner. 5 laps to go. Charlie Clark, good turn in and drive out of Higgins on the bumper of Reed Phillips as they head towards Toyota. Reed Phillips solid through Toyota though. Builds a couple of kart length gap as they head down the straight. Reed Phillips doing a great job. Reed was saying that this is the first time he has actually seen rain in his life because he lives in the Hawke's Bay, and apparently it never rains in the Hawke's Bay. So he's doing a good job of driving that in the rain with Charlie Clark right behind him. Ivor Spence dropping back a bit now. Benji Bellamy getting past Alex Craig. Benji Bellamy doing a great job of moving forward. There we go. Charlie Clark down the inside of Reed Phillips. But Reed Phillips forces the issue and feeds it back down the inside. Reed doing a classic switch back up and under. Let you go and I'll cut back under you. Does it. They get good drive through Higgins. The fight in here is just leading the top two drive away. Riley Craig, Flynn Pocock. Just sensible driving from the front two. Not battling just yet, just driving. This isn't the one they want to battle in. It's the final you want to battle in. There's only one winner. As we feed it down, the battle resumes. Oliver Dennison, fortunately having another incident there in the 15 kart. Through the infield, Flynn Pocock has caught up to the back of Riley Craig. Riley Craig had it easy for the first 10 laps. Now he's got to contend with Flynn Pocock, who's coming on late with the late race pace. Reed Phillips doing a great job holding it off in third, ahead of Charlie Clark, Ivor Spence and Benji Bellamy. Benji Bellamy with a huge speed boost through Toyota. Carried so much speed, deep under brakes. Made up all that ground. Now alongside Ivor Spence as they make their way through 50 Cent. As he gets good drive, Ivor blocks down to the inside. Benji takes the wide line. Can he turn it in early? Get the drive off the corner as they come side by side down into Bamba. Ivor still got the pace. Understeers slightly. Benji's getting good turn and good drive. Coming from towards the rear of the field, Benji Bellamy. Alongside as they get through two trees. Ivor sledges slightly. Benji down the inside. Can't quite make it. Flynn. Riley out front. 2 to go. The battle's on. No position is secure. 1-2's battling. 3, 4, 5, 6. What is the finishing positions going to be? As they go down the straight still, Riley, Flynn, Pocock, deep under brakes. Riley Craig manages to hold off. Reed Phillips doing great. Holding on to that third spot. Doesn't want to give it up. Charlie Clark right in behind. As the little battle packs start to form, little battling duos. Who's going to get the upper hand? Who's going to take that mental strength into the final, knowing, hey, I got them in the pre-final, I could do it again in the final. Riley Craig will definitely, if he finishes this one last lap, he will take a whole lot of confidence boost going into the final. Nixon Cripps is beatable. Riley Craig, Flynn Pocock right out front, Reed Phillips, Charlie Clark with a huge draft down the straight on his bumper through Toyota. Benji Bellamy as well. Ivor Spence looks over his shoulder, sees Benji pulling alongside him, blocks him off. Charlie Clark down the inside of Reed Phillips on the last lap. Was he just biding his time? Looks back, got a gap. Here comes Reed Phillips. Doesn't quite get it down the inside of Hart Hairpin. Charlie Clark doing a great job. Drives it off, tucks under the wheel. The front two still nose to tail as well. As Riley Craig, Flynn Pocock, as they head towards two trees, start blocking. Flynn Pocock gets a good drive. Riley starting to block as we get to the final corner. He blocks it off. Can he get a switchback? Flynn Pocock, is he going to get it? Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it at the line? Flynn Pocock takes the win over Riley Craig. 1/10 of a second. Just pips Riley Craig to the win on the last lap. Last corner. What an excellent drive from Flynn Pocock and Riley Craig. Charlie Clark brings it home in third place, ahead of Reed Phillips. Ivor Spence, 5th. Benji Bellamy, 6th. Great drive from Benji to come from the back of the field. Nico Thomason, the 3NZ, bringing it home in 7th. That was great racing. Great racing from the VMRs there. Alex Craig, Aaron Lee, 8th and 9th. Dominic Ivers in 10th. Brian Milne brought it home in 11th with Elliot Armstrong bringing it home in 12th. 13th was the Van Merritt kart with Nixon Boshier coming home in 14th. Nixon Houston was Nico Houston, was next home in 15th with Iris Lee in 16th. Nixon Cripps made his way back up into 17th ahead of Oliver Bennett, Sam Amon. Matthew Shaw finishing 20th, and the 21st position was the Oliver Dennison. Great race from the VMRs right down to the wire. We have actually finally managed to, we found the Higgins general manager, I think, Mike Bothaway. We'll have a quick interview with him.
All right, we are on the dummy grid with cadets about to go out, but we're just catching up with Mike from Higgins Concrete. Mike, you're the MD?
General Manager.
General Manager of Higgins. So you guys are sponsoring the race meeting this weekend. What's your involvement with karting here, and why are you the sponsors?
So Higgins family has a long association with motorsport in the Manawatu, and Shane Higgins, who's our managing director of the whole business, is a life member here, and both his sons have raced over the years, and Ashley's currently racing in Rotax Max Heavy, and then a couple of years ago I joined the ranks with my son, who's racing in the Rotax Max Juniors. So yeah, long involvement, so pretty easy for us to be involved and of course support this great event.
Yeah, well, it's we rely on businesses like yours to help support karting. We've got Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy supporting the series. We've got you guys supporting this race, or this race meeting rather. So it works well, and we're really appreciative of it. So thanks for your support.
It's our pleasure. No problem.
All right, cool.
Thanks, both.
Thanks, Mike. Right, we've got cadets on the grid, but let's go through and see who we can catch up with over here. We'll catch up with Ivor. Ivor, can we have a quick word, mate? How did that race go for you?
Not that great at the start. I thought I was going quite well and I could stay with the pack, but coming to the end just didn't have the pace with it.
Yeah, did you drop off a bit towards the end?
Yeah, like when Charlie tried to pass me, I was trying to work with him and try and catch the read in front, but just couldn't catch up.
Yeah. Okay, so you think you got some setup changes to make for the final?
Yeah.
Oh, well, good luck. Go for it.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're going to go back to Scott now. The other race will be going out shortly.
All right, thanks for that, Regan. It was thanks to Higgins Concrete as well for naming right sponsors for the round 4 of the KartStars series, brought to you by Hampton Downs NZ Racing Academy. Thank you to Hampton Downs as well for everything that you guys have done and the support that you guys give KartSport New Zealand. Cadet final now, up on the pre-grid. Freddie Waller starting pole in this one. Joey Joe off second. Kaiser Rankin will be heading off in third with the South Island champ Taylor Costello off in fourth. Heath Phillips, he'll be starting fifth with the 3NZ of Max Gosling next to him. Casey Kane will be starting in seventh alongside the 8 of Rowan Liu. These guys have had hard closer racing all weekend. Now it comes down to this one. The wet has thrown definite spinners in works. Can Freddie hold on to the pole position and take the win? Can Joey Zhou drive around the outside as he has done the last couple of race starts and hold on to the lead? Does anyone else have anything? Can Kaiser overcome the front two? He's had great starts the last couple of races. What's the South Island champ got? Can he move forward? Heath Phillips, he'll be looking at moving forward. He's done a good job in the last race, that pre-final. He was moving forward, made a couple of mistakes and dropped it off, but showed good pace. As we just wait for race control to do their thing, make sure the track is cleared. If the kitchen can hear me, live stream boys would like coffee, please. I don't know what they drink. I think just milk in a cup. I think we're going to push through lunch by the looks of this. So when you're hungry, shoot down into the kitchen and support the team down there. Maureen, Roger, Mum, I have to say that. The Sandy as well. The ladies, Hayden and the men. The ladies and the men in the kitchen, they do an amazing job. Best kitchen in the country, best food. Maureen does a great job. Go down there, support them. As the cadets now out onto the track for their final, sponsored by PN Roofing, the Cadet Rock. Also a part of the Rock Cup competition. The winner of the Rock Cup in the cadet class wins that new VMR engine. Sorry. As they head up. Wetter track is what they were dealing with first thing this morning. A lot more slippery conditions. Freddie Waller working the wheel, figuring out the grip. Joey Zhou right there as well, just figuring out the lines to take. As the rain continues to come down. Thirteen laps the final here for the cadets. As they avoid the puddles on the warm-up. Two NZ. Freddie Waller going off pole with the 1 NZ. Joey Zhou off 2. Can Kaiser Rankin get a good start and get ahead of the 1 and 2 NZ? He's had a good couple starts in the last couple. Wasn't able to get past them. Made a mistake in the pre-final. Had to drive back. Taylor Costello did a great job of just keeping it on the track. He was making spots from just being on the track. Everyone else was dropping wheels and making mistakes. Heath Phillips was one of those. Max Gosling went off as well. Had a DNF. Couldn't carry on. As the field forms up now for a very slow lead around to the tram lines. Nose cone, rear bumper, just bumping away. You see the bobbleheads go. Making sure they don't get a drop nose before the race happens. As the last car forms in to line, Casey Kane pulls in. Did you see them there? Very slowly coming around. If you need to go toilet, you could probably go toilet and make it back out before they hit the start line. Or, I don't know, watch the whole finals of the 100-metre sprints at the Olympics. Freddie has got them at a crawling pace. I was told I wasn't allowed to say it, but fun fact, this is the Briggs & Stratton's full race pace right now. So there you go, Brent. Freddie almost going backwards as they go up the hill as he gets to the start line. When is he going to go? He's gone now. He's got a good jump, but Joey Zhou's got a better one. He's driven around him as before we got to the first corner. Taylor Costello done a great job down the inside of Freddie Waller. The start has not worked well for Freddie. He's lost 2 positions in 2 corners. Max Gosling's moved himself up into 4th. Kaiser Rankin's had a shocker. He's gone back as they make their way through Hart Hairpin and back down towards Bamba. Joey Zhou in the lead. Costello down the inside. Waller's trying to argue the position. Costello through the puddle. Holds onto the position as they head through the infield. Max Gosling now on the back of Waller. Down the inside of Two Trees. Is he going to get it? Freddie drives around the outside. So is Zhou in the lead. Costello in second. Waller third. Gosling. Zhou's just binned it off on the last corner. Kart did not want to respond to that. He's gone right to the back as they get through Higgins. 2 wide still. Joey was in the lead. Frustrated with himself, wipes the visor, resets, goes again. So we got the South Island champion Costello in the lead down the end of the straight. Freddie Waller looking at making a move. The 3NZ of Max Gosling now sitting in 3rd. Kaiser Rankin 4th. Freddie down the inside of Costello into Hart Hairpin. Can he get it done? The kart slide as they run wide. Freddie now in the lead. Max Gosling all over the back of Costello, taking advantage of the slow exit. Freddie with a couple kart lengths lead over the battle pack that's now forming. Gosling up and under, crosses over. Costello has to check up. Here comes Rankin, here comes Phillips. Who's going to make the moves? Gosling to 2nd spot over Costello. Freddie out in the lead. He's trying to bolt away. Gosling understeering, sledging as he's getting through the corner. As we make our way through into Toyota, Costello, huge speed through Toyota, carries it nicely. Gosling hits the white line, bins it off at the end. Unfortunate for Gosling, he's hopping in the cart, trying to get back out. That moves Costello back into 2nd with Rankin in 3rd. Heath Phillips sitting there sideways as he gets through Hart Hairpin. You see there Gosling getting pushed back onto the track. He's not out of it. What can he do? Where can he come? Freddie now just staying on the track in 1st place. Kaiser Rankin almost off-roading as he tries to throw it down the inside of Costello. 2 wide as we get to Two Trees. Can he get the crossover? Gives him a push on the way out. Freddie understeers. The track getting wetter as the day goes on. Costello, big slide on exit. Rankin gets him. Heath Phillips down the inside, 2 wide. Costello knows better, drives around the outside. Loses 1 position. Rankin now sitting in 2nd. What can the Lando Norris kart do? Can he put some laps in? Catch up to Freddie Waller. Freddie now out in the front with a lead. Can the boys behind, can they settle into a groove and work together to catch Freddie? Or are they just going to battle, let Freddie have this one? 2.4 seconds the gap. Freddie's looking pretty good as they go through the infield. Throws it deep into Two Trees, slides as he gets the lock on. Costello, big slide. Heath Phillips now trying to make up the position. Another big slide for Costello. The rear not complying at all. Kaiser Rankin trying to put some laps in, but the gap's getting bigger to Freddie. Freddie's kart set up well in the early stages of the race. Freddie pulls it up at the end of the straight. Had big lock trying to get it to work. They make their way through the Rock Cup. Joey Zhou made his way back into 5th. He's making some grounds on the guys in front, right behind the steering wheel. Tucking it, trying to get as much speed as he can. Heath Phillips in the puddle, right behind Costello, trying to get past. Costello doing a good job of just carrying the speed. Runs a bit wide. Heath Phillips down the inside. It's going to be the outside for Two Trees though. What's going to happen? Can he get the up and under? Great drive out of Two Trees for Heath Phillips. Down the inside. Costello on the slippery stuff. Runs it wide. Heath Phillips now into third. Joey Zhou picks up another spot. Joey Zhou back into fourth position. Oh, Joey Zhou hits a puddle and loops it. Joey Zhou's had a horrid moment. He's going again. Slaps the wheel. He is so disappointed with himself. Foot down. He clear eyes. He'll keep going. Freddie Waller 2.9 ahead. Kaiser Rankin putting the laps in. Not quite fast enough, but he's on the track. Heath Phillips, third position with Costello now in fourth. Casey Kane sitting in the sixth spot. Joey Zhou in the seventh. Gosling, he's going again. He's catching up to the back of Rowan Liu. Horrible conditions here for the Cadet Rock. They're doing a great job of keeping it on the track. Freddie running the ripple strip the whole way down. Puddles splashing. Tucks behind the wheel down the straight. Freddie's still pushing as hard as he can. He's not giving up. Kaiser Rankin going through Toyota. Oh, big snapper oversteer on exit. As they get down the straight. Pulls it up. Heath Phillips doing a good job in third place there. Freddie Waller gets through Hart Hairpin cleanly. Back down towards Bamba. Negotiates the puddles through the infield. Keeps it nice and smooth. 6 laps to go. Back through Two Trees. Away from all the curbs. Away from the slippery white lines. Gets the kart turn. Is he pit corner here? Big slide though. Looks back. Sees Rankin still there. He can't afford too many of those mistakes. Rankin might have seen that slide. Will he start pushing a bit more? Gained back a bit of time there, Rankin did. He was 0.3 of a second faster on Freddie Waller. Freddie Waller doing a good job though, right out front. Heath Phillips doing a clean job there in third. Just avoiding all the drama. Costello, fourth. Casey Kane, fifth. Joey Zhou still in sixth spot. Not able to make any ground so far. Rowan Liu doing a great job in seventh with Max Gosling. The 3NZ in eighth, hunting him down. 5 laps to go now for the leader. 2NZ, Freddie Waller, Kaiser Rankin, and Heath Phillips. Costello slides as they come through the final few corners. Casey Kane right behind them. Joey Zhou comes through the final call, wipes the visor. Freddie doing a good job. Pull the gap back out. 3.5 seconds. Kaiser Rankin. Conditions here absolutely treacherous for these young kids. Just remember, these kids are between the ages of 6 and 9, and they are battling these karts around this very tricky technical Manawatu circuit, full of bumps. The kart control that these guys are showing. 4 laps to go for Freddie as he hits another puddle, avoids the white line, turns it in. Casey Kane still behind Taylor Costello, doing a great job keeping the South Island champ in check. Max Gosling finally got ahead of Rowan Liu, trying to make his way back up through the field. 4 laps to go for Max. Joey Zhou slowly catching Casey Kane and Taylor Costello. No one's catching Freddie Waller. No one. He is out, gone. See you later. Setting fastest laps. It's 0.2 of a second faster than Casey Kane on that last lap as well. So he's slowly pulling that gap out. Almost 4 seconds now. 3 laps to go. Kaiser Rankin doing a great job holding it there in second. Heath Phillips in third, the local man. Taylor Costello. Nice and smooth now through the final complex. Casey Kane, Joey Zhou gained a lot of time in that last lap. Reeled the gap right in. As we come through Hart Hairpin with Freddie. Gets it turned, gets it straight, back down. Nice and smooth. No erratic jerking motions with the steering wheel, just one single input. Freddie knows what he's doing. He is the 2NZ. As we get Joey Zhou now on the back of Casey Kane. Where's the national champ going to pass as we get through pit entry? Oh, incident between Joey Zhou and Casey Kane. Can they carry on? Joey's carried on. He's back on the track. Hopefully there's not too much damage to either kart. Joey Zhou carries on. Max Gosling now catching up to the back of Joey Zhou after that incident. Yellow flags in the infield. Looks to be cleared out as Freddie Waller comes through Hart Hairpin. Back towards Bamba. Kaiser Rankin. Heath looping it in Hart Hairpin. Can he carry on? Here comes Costello. Costello would have seen that. Freddie Waller has taken the last lap board. Well, it's coming around to take the last lap board, sorry. 900 odd meters to go for Freddie. Keep it on the track. Rankin, here he comes. As Waller through Toyota he goes. Down the straight. One last time. He's got to pull it up. One big braking zone left. Gets it through. Here comes the bump at 50 cent. Don't upset the kart. He's got through that. Down into Hart Hairpin. Pulls it up square. Gets it turned. As he gets through Hart Hairpin. Back on the gas. Stays away from the curb. Gets it through Bamba. Nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. He's only got a few corners left. Freddie Waller doing a great job of keeping it on the track in this Cadet Rock final. As he comes through Two Trees. Out of Two Trees. The right-hander doesn't have a slide. Gets it through the last corner. Catches the little slide. Slaps the wheel. Fist pumps. That's a final win there for Freddie Waller, who wins the Cadet Rock. Kaiser Rankin's going to come home in second. Great job for Kaiser Rankin. Heath Phillips, the local man. He's got one last corner. Gets the wheel turned. Gasses it up. Heath Phillips comes home in third ahead of the South Island champ Taylor Costello. The national champ Joey Zhou slaps the wheel in frustration as he finishes in fifth spot. Max Gosling comes home in sixth. Great recovery from Max Gosling. Rowan Liu comes home next in seventh. And Casey Kane after that incident will come home in eighth spot. An amazing drive there from Freddie Waller to keep it on the track. Pulled away from all the drivers. Kaiser Rankin had a great run. Kept it on the track. Heath Phillips now driving on the grass on the in-lap. Must be cooling down his tyres. I definitely know Heath will be walking around proud as punch with that third place trophy. So good luck to his family at home, but he definitely deserved that. Very proud of the old local man there. South Island champ Taylor Costello did an amazing job. Joey Zhou slapping the helmet, frustrated with himself, but he did a great job to recover to where he did. We can't all have good days. Max Gosling, Rowan Liu, Casey Kane. That was your cadet field. Small cadet field, but they put on the racing. Cadet Rock obviously sponsored and supported by P and Roofing. We will drop you down to the pit now with Regan, who has Freddie Waller.
All right, we're in the pit lane here after the Cadet Rock final. We'll catch Freddie just before you push your kart through, mate. Have a quick word with you. How did that race go?
Good, it felt good. The kart was awesome, good setup.
Yeah, there was a bit of chaos out there in that race, but you took advantage of it and drove extremely well and just drove away from everyone. So well done on that win. I'm sure you're pretty stoked about that.
Yeah. It was good. So when Joey was in front of me, it was hard to see. I could see nothing. Yeah. So it was my best trying to get past him so I couldn't get all the wet in my face.
Yeah. Brilliant. Oh, well done. Go and enjoy the win.
Heath? Number 6. He's from his local guys. Yeah. Okay.
We'll go. Yeah, we'll wait for Heath to come through. Number 6, he's a local. He was in second place. Oh, he was in third, sorry. Okay.
Vortex Rock DVS Senior out on the track now for their final. James Vanderberg will be starting this one from pole, ahead of the Seth Frost, the 2NZ, of Seth Frost. Darren Walker will be starting 3. He's 3NZ in the heavies, not DVS, sorry. Ahead of the 3NZ in the DVS of Jack Strand. Leo Kotsanilis, hopefully I said that right, will come home. We'll start this in 5th in the 25 car. 18 laps, the length of the final here. In the wet. Manawatu sprinkling some excitement down. No one wants to race in the dry all day, every day, so we thought we'd help everyone out. Help out the local kart shops as well. Sell some more tyres. As they start coming around now, Vanderberg leads them down. Seth Frost will be hoping to reproduce his pre-final run. It was a great result, driving away from the rest of the field. It's a better start as there are all 5 karts on the grid as they hit the start box, and Jamie goes, wheel spins a bit but gets through the corner. Seth Frost gets a good drive as they go down the back straight. Jack Strand drops it off a bit, loses some positions. Vanderberg covers off into the hairpin, and 50 Cent Walker trying to make his way forward on Seth Frost down the inside at Hart hairpin. Leo down the inside, tries to, doesn't quite get it. Now we got Vanderberg, Walker, we got Seth Frost. We got, as they make their way through the infield there, they all file out. Walker, big slide out of 2 trees. Jamie Vanderberg hits a puddle, almost loses it, but carries it on. After 1 lap, Vanderberg's in the lead. Darren Walker in second. Seth Frost pushing, trying to get that spot back. Jack Strand makes a move, moves himself up into 4th as they go through Toyota. Drops a little wheel off. Braking deep and late at the end of the straight. Walker runs a bit wide, allows Seth Frost to build right back up behind him. as they go through Hart Hairpin. Vandenberg gets out through Hart Hairpin. Walker, Frost, as they head towards Bamba. Walker's now settling in. Kart's looking a bit more settled. Vandenberg out in front. Walker second. Frost third. Jack Strand in fourth. Leo cruising around in fifth at the moment as they slide through these corners here. James Vandenberg fastest on the track. There's the track. Treacherous. It's treacherous. Look at it. It's wet. The Rooster Tails just sliding. They're doing 54-second laps, a good 10 odd seconds slower than what they were doing in qualifying yesterday. Vandenberg, Walker, Seth Frost can't quite match the pace that he had in the pre-final. Jack Strand deep under brakes, squirreling. Kart not complying. As they make their way through the infield once more. Gaps starting to spread out a bit. Who's pushing? Who's looking after the tyres? Even in conditions like this, the surface of the wet can heat up. Darren Walker in second. Seth Frost right behind him as they go down the straight. Seth Frost soaring at the wheel to get him through Toyota. At the end of the straight, Walker pulls it up, drives it off the corner, keeps that one under control. Vandenberg out front. They get through Hart Hairpin, back towards the infield. You think, yeah, got a break, and then here comes the infield. Turning, managing the throttle, the steering inputs. We got the left-hander back out of there. As soon as you get back on the gas, you're at another corner. You drive it through two trees, use the camber, and then you back down through the right-hander into the pit corner. Now we're into the fast part of the track where it's just a couple of straights and corners. You need to carry the speed through Higgins. Slingshots you down the back straight towards Toyota. Drive it over the curb in the wet. Carry the speed all the way down the back straight into the heaviest braking zone of the track. A hairpin folds back on itself. The bump at 50% of the apex always unsettles the kart. Then they drive right down into Hart Hairpin, another hairpin, hence the name. And then back into Bambo, and that's a lap. 50 odd seconds in the wet of just pure chaos. Vandenberg fastest on the track at the moment, 54.5. That's a lie because Walker's 54.4. So he's slowly pulling him in, but Vandenberg faster again. He's faster in that lap. 13 laps to go. Vandenberg 2.5 seconds ahead of Walker. Walker 1.4 ahead of Frost. Frost doesn't have the pace in the final. Doesn't appear to have the same pace in the final as what he did the pre-final. Jack Strand as well, the 3NZ. Still out on track this time. I think his mechanics actually did the wheel up. Vandenberg solid out front, taking the laps on. Driving through the puddle. Puddle grabbing the front of the kart, trying to rip the steering wheel out of your hands. The gap now 2.6 seconds. Vandenberg going faster, putting another tenth on them. 0.3 of a second faster than Walker in that lap alone. As they get through Hart Hairpin, Vandenberg driving nice and smooth, nice and clean. Walker had plenty of laps today. Knows what the track's like in the wet between this class and the other one. Seth Frost sideways as he comes out of Bamba, puts the power down. There's a crank on the On the lock, get the kart jacked, get the kart to turn. Feed on the gas and the power. Jack Strand, the 3NZ, trying to catch the 2NZ. As they head back down the straight. The gaps are all spread out. This is where you can start getting in your own head. Start get complacent, drop a wheel, hit a white line, miss your braking point, miss your turning point. Start focusing on other things. Start focusing on waving to your mum on the side or your friends. Nothing's safe yet. Vandenberg through the infield once more. 2.8 seconds the gap now. Fastest on the track. Another 0.3 of a second faster than Walker on that lap alone. Jack Strand appears to be slowly reeling in. Seth Frost. Got 10 laps to do it. Don't push too hard and undo all that hard work. As Walker down the back straight. Jack Strand there through 50 cent, hits the bump, cranks on some more lock to get him through. Seth Frost there in the Tony kart, turns it in, drives it straight, driving a deep line and squaring off the corner, trying to put as little steering input in as he can. Drives it, leans the body. Gets the body weight over to the outside, gets the outside tyres working. You see the spray coming out the back of the karts as the karts launch down the straight. Leo's gone off at Toyota. Kart's covered in dirt. Darren Walker putting in a lap time that's 1/10 faster than Jamie in that last one. Is he trying to bring the gap back? It's now 2.7. Or is Jamie just managing the gap? Is he just taking off the laps? Got 8 laps to go as this time by. Walker still in second. Seth Frost managing to hold off in third. Jack Strand very animated behind the wheel. Moving the body, trying to get as much as he can out of that Falcon kart. Vandenberg, Walker. Vandenberg responds with a lap time 1/10 faster in that one. Then Walker get back out to 2.8 seconds. Seth Frost 7.5 seconds back. Jack Strand, another 3 seconds back on Seth Frost. It's good to see Leo's gone himself running again. So we haven't lost any competitors yet. 7 laps to go. Vandenberg through Toyota, back down the straight for another lap. Walker keeping him honest, not letting him get too far ahead. Gap 2.6 seconds. Hear the engines chattering as the brakes are trying to, and as the rear wheels are trying to lock under brake. Jack Strand, huge clip of the curb through 50 cent. Trying different lines now, trying to get some speed. The 7 car to Darren Walker through the infield, finding the grip. Out of 2 trees they go. Vandenberg, last corner. Walker appears to be catching, looking a lot more animated. Kart's looking a lot more vicious than Vandenberg, who's quite smooth at the moment. 2.5 seconds now. Here comes Walker. He's leaving his run quite late though. 6 laps to go. Seth Frost, 8.5 seconds back. He's now pulling away from Jack Strand in the 3NZ kart. Vandenberg. He's got that Sodi kart dialed in. Gets it turned, points it in the right direction, gets it going again. But he can't be complacent because here comes Walker. Through the right-hander over the curb. What's the gap this time? 5 laps to go. As they back down the straight. Is Jamie able to pull out another gap? 2.48 seconds now. Jamie cranking on the lock, getting it turned through 50 cent. Down. Under the heavy braking, gets it turned. Don't look back. Don't see where the competitor is. Just eyes forward. Tick off his corners. Through pitting tree. Through 2 trees. Here comes Walker. Jamie clobbers the curb. 4 laps to go as they head down the straight. Through Toyota, hit on the curb once again. The same with Walker as they bounce down the straight. Jamie eked out the gap that time, added a couple of tenths. Still not comfortable though. Seth Frost, the 2NZ in 3rd. Jack Strand, the 3NZ in 4th. Leo unfortunately having another incident. Gone off at Toyota. He's called it a day. He's pushing his cart off to the side. He's had enough. Jamie Vandenberg though, not quite had enough. He's got 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go this time by. He's back down the straight. Jack Strand through the infield. Hits the puddles, gets the cart turned, strains it up. Darren Walker doing a good job late in the race, just trying to pull the gap back. Not quite fast enough. A tip for tat. Fastest lap for Darren, fastest lap for Jamie, fastest lap for Darren. One mistake can ruin it all. You've got 3 laps to go. You're almost there. If you throw it away now, you'd be pissed with yourself. Back over the curb, Jamie. Back over the curb, Darren. The gap looks visibly smaller now. Here comes Darren. He's reeling him in. 2 laps to go. What has he got? 1.9 seconds. He took 5 tenths out on that one. Half a second. Here comes Darren Walker, deep under brakes. Can Jamie respond as they come through 2 trees? The spray off the tyres, down into hairpin. Darren will see that the gap is getting closer. Will he be invigorated? Will that make him push harder? Will he get the speed? Here comes Jamie and Darren through the infield into pit corner. Gets good drive. Runs it wide, gets the cart turned, Jamie. So does Darren. They stay off the white lines. Clobbers the curb. Both all over the curb. Last lap. 900 metres to go for Jamie. Darren still pushing as hard as he can. Gets it turned. Gassing it up down the straight. 1.5 seconds. It was only 4 tenths that lap. Has Jamie done enough? 1.5 seconds. Under the heavy braking zone of Rock Cup corner. Gets it turned down the hill through 50 cent. Bit of a slide for Darren as we get down into high hairpin. Gets it turned. Hard on the gas. Gets it straight. Just the infield to go. Jamie in the middle of the track. Doesn't want to pop a chain as he gets through pit entry here. Darren visibly catching him here as we get through 2 trees for the final time. Can he point it in the right direction? He gets it. Does he climb the curve? Drives it on the curve for the final time through the last corner. It's going to be a final win there for Jamie Vanderberg over Darren Walker in the Vortex Rock DVS Senior class. Who's going to come home in third? We've got the 2NZ coming around the final corner. It's going to be Seth Frost over the hard-charging Jack Strand in fourth, sorry. Leo unfortunately had that DNF, but that's a finals win there for Jamie Vanderberg, bringing it home 1.4 seconds ahead of Darren Walker, who was reeling them in the last couple of laps. Seth Frost 13 seconds off the leader there in third, with Jack Strand in fourth. That was your Vortex Rock DVS Senior class, sponsored by Bailey's Real Estate here in Manawatu. Also the fourth round of the Rock Cup, fourth and final round of the Rock Cup. Prize given for the Rock Cup and the KartStars Series round 4 will be held in the clubhouse after racing is concluded. You can help yourself to a refreshment and some food there. We will also do the prize giving for the Rock Cup and issue the tickets for the World Finals. As I hear the drivers talking about their races to each other in the final. Hopefully I can hand you down to Regan, who may have someone, potentially. Well, while I wait for that, we'll give another huge shout out to Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy, KartStars, supporting the KartStars series. You guys have done amazing. Thank you for the support. Higgins Concrete for coming on as naming rights sponsor for round 4 here at Manawatu. The class sponsors, Cadet Rock, Palmerston North Roofing, the DVS Senior, DVS Junior classes with Bailey's Real Estate and Palmerston North Automotive. Manawatu and TRC Toyota is sponsoring the Rotax Max Light class, Marcel Electrical, Rotax Max Heavy class. Higgins Concrete, once again sponsoring the Rotax Max Junior class, Sylvester Clark Consultant Engineers, the KZ2, the Big Bangers, and DL Tree Services supporting the Vortex Mini Rock. Thank you so much for the class sponsors for coming on board. All our volunteers, the medics, the ladies in the kitchen, ladies and Luke in the tower, you guys do amazing. The live stream crew, you guys are doing a great job. The officials, the tech officials, the competitors, obviously we can't do it without you. City Honda for the use of the side-by-side. Redline Coffee for the use of the second coffee machine and the main coffee machine inside the clubhouse. All the food that you guys, and food and drinks that you guys have over the weekend, prepared by Maureen and her team in the kitchen. Hand prepared. We don't buy anything in. So when you're sitting there having a moan about something, just remember she's been here all week getting this stuff ready for you guys. Right now we got the Vortex Rock DVS Junior out there for their final 18 laps, supported by Palmerston North Automotive. Vortex Rock DVS Junior out there at the moment, getting their tyre warming underway for their 18-lap final. Marco Manson's going to send them off from pole alongside the 69 of Tommy Hart. Miles Baker, Braxton Cravinger will go off the second row with Lockie Tomlinson and Lachlan Roberts off the third row. Luke McMillan, Max Amon off the fourth row, and Jack Phillips. He'll be starting in ninth. 18 laps ahead of us. We'll see if Marco can go from the pole and drive away like he has done so many of his races. Can the local guys, Tommy Hart, can he do anything? Jack Phillips, can he go from the back, move his way forward? Manson leads them into the starter's box. When's he going to go? Here comes the push. He's gone. Baker's going with him. So is Tommy Hart. Manson through the first corner, but Tommy Hart gets a better drive off the exit, down the inside. No. Manson runs himself deep into the first hairpin. Loses the position to Tommy Hart. Baker, Cravinger, Lockie Tomlinson trying to get in there. Manson back down the inside, muscles his way back into third. So it's Tommy Hart. Manson down the inside now at Bamber or Baker. He is not hanging around. He doesn't want to sit there behind people. He wants to be at the front again. So it's Manson back in the second over Baker in third. Tomlinson, Cravinger, Roberts there. Jack Phillips has moved up a couple of positions over McMillan and Amon. So after the first lap, we've got Tommy Hart, Marco Manson, Miles Baker, Lachlan Tomlinson, Braxton Cravinger, Lockie Roberts, Jack Phillips, Luke McMillan and Max Amon. All the competitors made it through the first lap as they monster the curbs at Toyota. Deep under brakes at the end of the straight. Tommy Hart looking under control at the moment. Kart still sliding. Here comes Marco and Miles. The Hart Factory team still very fierce competitors. Lockie Tomlinson. Yeah, Lockie Roberts down the inside of Cravinger at Bamber. Cravinger soaring on the wheel, trying to get it to turn. Lockie Roberts in the Praga, around the outside still, holding a position. So we got Tommy Hart, Manson, Baker, Tomlinson, Roberts, Cravinger, Phillips, McMillan and Amon. Driving through the puddles. Getting those MGs to work. Manson trying to gain up that, reduce that gap on Tommy. Pulls it up deep. Gains so much time through the braking zone at the hairpin. Half a second back on Tommy Hart now. As we come out of Hart hairpin towards Bamber. Hits the bump. You see the water going everywhere as the spray off the carts is getting worse. The following driver will just begin that straight on their face, compromising their vision, making the braking points and the turning points slightly harder to see. Tommy's got the best view at the moment. No one's in front of him. There's no spray. Manson's right behind him. 15 to go as they head towards Higgins. The big splashes as they turn in. Tommy back down the straight. As they go through Toyota, as they launch it over the curbs to get the kart to turn. We've got Jack Phillips has managed to drop off somewhere, unfortunately. So we got Hart, Manson, Baker, Tomlinson, Roberts, Cravinger, McMillan, and Max Amon out on the track. Oh, Tommy, big tank slapper out of Bamber. Getting on the gas a bit too much. The MG wet just absolutely refusing to do what he wants. Miles Baker, though, has caught up to the back of Manson. So now Manson's gone from the attacker to the attackee. Can Baker do anything? As they go through Higgins. Hart cart 1, 2, 3 at the moment. They go through Toyota. Tommy Hart, eyes forward. Just clocking off the laps. What can the 1NZ of Marco Manson do? What can the 88 do? Miles Baker, can he move himself forward? Lockie Tomlinson The Sodi kart, he's still there with Roberts there. Bright green helmet with the Praga out of Hawke's Bay. Cravinger, McMillan, Amon. Tommy Hart through 2 trees, gets it turned. The right-hander stays off the curb. Manson running wide, avoiding the puddle. As we tick off another lap. 13 to go as they go by through Toyota. Don't drop a wheel. Baker looking back, seeing how much gap he's got. He's got a little bit of gap between himself and Tomlinson. Manson's pulled out in front of Baker, trying to catch back up to Tommy Hart. 1.1 seconds Tommy's got over Manson, the current DVS Junior champ. Manson obviously doing the double in Hamilton a few weeks ago. Tommy coming home in 4th, I believe it was, in the junior Rotax class. Trying to amend for that now in the lead of the DVS Junior final. .2 seconds. Gained a second on Manson there, Tommy Hart. Baker, 0.7 of a second behind Manson. The field slowly stretching themselves out. No one really gaining on anyone. Tommy doing a great job, just working the wheels slowly, just smooth steering inputs, smooth on the gas, making sure that they don't touch the white line, don't hit too much curb, braking just when you need to brake. 11 to go as he comes around one more time. Through Higgins, through the big splash. Manson runs wide through Higgins, but the grip on the outside allows him to carry the speed. It's Baker through Toyota. Manson once again drops a wheel. Drops a wheel through Toyota. Baker back onto the rear bumper of the national champ. We go through 50 Cent. The spray right behind Marco's kart now will be horrid for Baker. Can he get it down the inside? Turns it. Doesn't quite get it. Manson drives out. Tommy will be loving this. He'll be building the gap. Will be slow in second and third down. Baker will want to make a move quickly. Get a move done quick so he can start trying to cut into Tommy's gap. Tommy, once again, clean lap. Gets another one done. Reels it off. 10 to go. Baker on the back of Manson, putting pressure on the national champ. Manson knows what it's like to deal with that. Gets a smooth run out of Higgins. Clicks that lap off. Resets. Builds that gap back on Miles Baker as he head down the straight into the braking zone. The rock cut corner. 50 Cent. Lockie Thompson still in fourth over Roberts, Cravinger, McMillan and Max Amon. The closest battle, Baker and Manson. Nose to tail as they get through Bamba. Pit entry there. Manson runs a bit wide but checks up Baker. Can't do anything about it as they both run through two trees. They both get excellent drive. Baker can't seem to find a way through just yet. Pushing Manson as they come down through pit corner. 9 to go. Tommy Hart down the back straight. Manson and co in chase. Baker trying to get through. No one hits the curb through Toyota. Trying a different line there. End of the straight. Huge saw on the wheel for Manson. Trying to get the kart to turn. Baker right behind them. As they get into Hart, hairpin. This spray coming off the karts. Tommy as he heads towards Bamba. Hits the bump. Gets the kart to turn. Straightens it up. Back on the gas. Tail sliding around. As they go through pit entry, wide line, carries the speed through for Manson. Baker trying the inside line. Come through pit corner one more time. Are they catching Tommy Hart though? The gap, 1.8 seconds now. They are not catching him. They're fighting. It's slowing them up. 8 seconds. 8 laps, sorry. As we go back towards Toyota. Huge clip of the curve for Baker. Deep under brakes for Manson. Pulls it up. Nose to tail. Any mistake can cost you. Baker down the inside. Manson just misses the turning point, but gets it. Tommy Hart doing a great job through pit entry there. Gets it going towards two trees. Gets it turned back on the gas. Nice and smooth. As he comes through the right-hander before pit corner there. Gets it turned. Tommy nice and smooth on the wheel. Staying. Oh, big slide for Tommy on pit entry. Higgins there. Looks back. Sees he's still got a gap. Through Toyota. Over the curb. Manson, Baker gained a 10th in that one. Visibly closer. Oh, a bit of bump in there from Baker. Manson checked it up on the apex slightly. Is the gap coming down in this one? It looks like they might have started reeling in Tommy. He's got 6 to go. As he goes through Bamba. The battle for second and third is still hotly contested through the infield. Manson with the wide line, inviting Baker to stick it down the inside, but he can't take it just yet. As they come through, Tommy, pit corner, Manson, Baker, they appear to be getting closer. Here comes the charge, 1NZ, 88. 1.4 now, they gained another 3 tenths. Oh, looked like Manson dropped the wheel. We had a quick look, see where Baker is. Baker's coming in deep, pulls up all that gap. Manson gets the drive off the corner through 50 Cent. Big slide for Baker though. Lockie Thomason doing a great job of going with the front guys. Not quite close enough to be in the battle, but close enough to take advantage of anything that may happen. As we head through Bamba one more time. Baker pushing. Drives it so deep into pit entry. Same with two trees. Manson drives it high, gets it driving off the corner well. Tommy through the final corner, squares it up. 5 to go for the local man. Can he hold off? Big moment through Higgins though. The track's getting worse. The rain is continuing to come down. Manson all over the curb as we go through Toyota. Baker can't do anything about Manson in front of him. Just the speed that they both have are very, very similar, and the way they achieve it are so different. Manson's driving so late into a corner. Baker can't do anything about it. Through the infield. Tommy pulled out a couple of tenths in that one. Back out to 2 seconds over Manson and Baker. The rest of the field, Lockie Thomason in 4th. Lockie Roberts from Hawke's Bay in 5th. Cravinger doing a great job. First time in the DVS this weekend, as well as Tommy Hart. We got Luke McMillan out of the Hawke's Bay and Max Amon out of the Taranaki. Jack Phillips, unfortunately, off the circuit. Tommy Hart back down the straight. Oh, Manson running wide. Does that open the door for Baker? Baker has snuck through. He didn't need a second invite. But Manson sends it in from the South Island and just punches him out of the way. Back and forth. Manson back down the inside. They touch. Baker trying to get it. Manson back into second over Baker in 3rd. Lockie Tomlinson's coming though. Those boys battling to bringing him in. Marco Manson and Hart Hairpin pretty much sent it from the Invercargill to get past Baker there. Does it go? 3 laps to go. Tommy through Toyota. Back on the gas. Miles Baker gets a huge run on Manson down through Toyota. Down the inside of Rock Cup Hairpin. Stops it on the apex. Manson sees it coming. Crosses him over. Big slide out of 50 Cent. Costs Baker some time. Back out of Hart Hairpin. What do we got into the infield? Now we got a small gap between Baker and Manson. Tommy Hart out front, 3.1 seconds ahead of the national champ and his teammate in the 88 kart. Tommy Hart, 2 to go this time by. 1,800 metres, hitting the puddles. Big puddle splash there for Manson. Cravenger looks like he's starting to reel in. Lockie Roberts now, 2 laps to go. Max Amon's made a pass on Luke McMillan. Whether it was a mistake from Luke or not, Max has now moved himself up one. Tommy Hart through 50 Cent. Baker and Manson still nose to tail. Who's going to win this? Huge moment for Miles Baker. Collects the hole on the outside of the track. Does a great job to keep it under control. Rips the steering wheel out of his hands. Steam going everywhere. It's Baker still working his magic behind Manson, trying to put pressure on the national champ. 1 lap to go for the race leader of Tommy Hart. Manson in second, Baker third. Here comes Lockie Tomlinson in the Sodi as well in fourth. Lachlan Roberts fifth. Cravenger trying to make a move late in for sixth. Max Amon. Luke McMillan. Where is Tommy Hart? He's down the end of the straight. Pulls it up. Gets it done. 50 Cent. Turns it in. Stays off the white line. Stays off the curb. Doesn't want to lose it now. He's done all the hard work. Baker. Manson. Manson blocking. Baker trying the up and under. Can he get the drive off the corner? Can't. Gives him a pump out of the corner. Tommy through pit entry. 3 corners to go. Through 2 trees. 2 corners to go. Keeps it off the lines. The right-hander keeps it square. The last corner. Squares it up. Drives it off. That's the finals win off. Battle for Heat 2 as they go through the grass. But that is a finals win for Tommy Hart in the Junior DVS class. Marco and Miles battled it out for second and third, all the way to the flag, second and third. There might be a little bit of involvement there between the two as they carry on racing. They might have some words between the teammates there. Lockie Tomlinson in fourth. Lachlan Roberts will come home in fifth. Sixth place will be Cravenger. Max Amon coming home in seventh, with Luke McMillan coming home in eighth. Jack Phillips, unfortunately, coming home in ninth with I think he come off the track somewhere. But that is a finals win for Tommy Hart. Excellent drive from start to finish. Controlled that beautifully. Junior DVS sponsored by Palmy Automotive. If you want your race engine to go off as well as that Junior DVS final, send the boys, send your engines down to Palmy Automotive. No shameless plugs around here. I see some very quiet kids there down in the pits. Miles doesn't look too happy after that last corner. We'll see where Regan is, see if he's happy to have an interview. Regan's apparently decided he's had enough of the wet weather. He is packed it in. Next up for their final, Rotax Max Light. $18 laps in the wet. Who's got what? Cam Burt, a local man, starting pole, dominated in that pre-final, drove away from the field. The South Island champ of Caleb Cross is going off too. Can he perform better in the final than what he did in the pre-final? Went back. Hopefully they've got the cart set up better this time. The 3NZ of Ashton Phipps will be going off the third place here, with fourth Chris Benton in the energy cart. Cody Noble and Patrick Holmes will be going off the third row. Ollie Workman and Matthew Johnson off the fourth row. Lewis Draper, Scott McDonald on the fifth row, with Daniel Pye and Jamie Thompson on the fifth row. The sixth row, sorry. Jet Price, Ethan Holland, we're going off 13th and 14th. Sam Wang, Ty Eagleton off the 8th row. Harrison Zhao, Nathan Grammer off the 9th row. Jack Bridgman out of Hawke's Bay will go off 19th next to Palmy Man Angus Justin, 20th. Dan Coleman, 47 out of Auckland, will be going out of grid spot 21 as Kian brings them around for their warm-up in the 29 cart. The Burrell looked so settled in that pre-final. Old Kelly Orr had it tuned up. Caleb Cross didn't have the pre-final he wanted. We're looking for a better result there. Ashton Phipps did a great job in the pre-final, coming home in third. Chris Benton will be hoping to go one better than what he did in the pre-final and try and take the win. As Kian brings them around, forms the field as the stragglers catch up. A lot faster this warm-up lap than previous ones, as they struggle to catch up as they come around the final corners here. Here we go. When is he going to go? He goes early. Everyone goes. There's a big push as we get through in the incident there involving 4 or 5 cars. It looks like to be the Daniel Pye. He's back going, and is that an arrow cart I see off in the turn 1 as they make their way through into Hart Hairpin, still jostling for positions. Kian Burt with Caleb Cross, the South Island champ, second. Phipps third, Benton fourth, Johnson up to fifth. We got local man Patrick Holmes in there sixth, with Cody Noble having a poke down the inside. They all touch and rub. Cody Noble down the inside of Patrick Holmes. Patrick running wide on the slippery stuff, manages to keep it on the track. Loses another position to Workman. Now McDonald trying to get that momentum back. Kian Burt in the lead. Cross, Phipps, Benton. As they head down the straight, Benton deep under brakes. Just tapping the back of Phipps as they make it their way through the Rock Cup corner. Kian going through Bamba, just going about his craft. Caleb Cross having a better start now than what he did in the pre-final. Still in second. Benton makes the move on Ashton Phipps through 2 trees. Launches over the curb. Benton up to third. Eyes forward. Can he make any inroads on the top 2? Ashton Phipps still in fourth now, with his teammate Matthew Johnson in fifth. Ollie Workman over the curve as he launches down. Here comes the move down. Patrick Holmes looking to get back by Cody Noble down the inside at the end of the straight. Patrick Holmes makes the move on the energy cart. Points to him, go, come on mate, don't fight me, let's go forward. As they fire back down into Bamba. Sam Wang making a move on Dan Coleman. Dan Coleman hits the puddle on the inside as they, through pit entry, sliding around as they leaders come through the final corner. 15 to go for Kian Burt. Looking smooth ahead of Caleb Cross. Chris Benton, Phipps, Johnson, Workman, Holmes, Noble, McDonald, Draper. Jamie Thompson now making his way forward. As they come through Rock Cup corner there. Jamie Thompson behind a bunch of energy carts. What can he do as he gets a good drive off it, trying to get down the inside of Bamba. Through pit entry. There goes Kian, back down, one more lap to go, or one more lap done. 14 to go. McDonald down the inside of Noble. Pushes the teammate slightly wide. There goes Draper down the inside as well. Noble's right behind Draper as they touch, as they go through Toyota. Carry the speed. Here comes Thompson. Noble looks back. Where is he? He's right behind you. Can't do anything. There's no stamps. There's no sending so far. Everyone's just waiting for the postman to arrive. Just waiting to see what they've got underneath them. It's Kian Burt right out front. Kart looks settled. Kart looks smooth. 13 to go. Caleb Cross doing a great job now in second, with Chris Benton managing the gap. Slowly pulling himself towards Cross. As they make their way back down the straight. Through Higgins. Jamie Thompson going for a move down on through Toyota. Pulls alongside Cody Noble as they make their way down the straight, down the inside. Kart squirreling under brakes, hits the apex and he drives off. One more position for Jamie. We make our way. Kian Burt through the infield. Two trees. Kart looks planted. Even in the wet, it looks like it's on rails. Kelly Orr doing a great job with the setup on that thing. Kelly doing the setup. Kian doing the driving. Together they are pretty talented between the two. Caleb Cross, Chris Benton. Right, Ashton Phipps still there. Johnson not able to make any inroads on the teammate. Ollie Workman as well. The front lot starting to spread apart a bit. Chris Benton looks like he is trying to gain up on Caleb Cross. Slowly getting there. Making sure you don't make a mistake while you're trying to gain time on the person in front of you. We run through into Bamba. See the spray coming off the carts. Kian Burt, fastest lap of the race with a 53.7. Almost 6 tenths of a lap, 6 tenths over the next fastest. 5 seconds ahead of Cross. Kian is gone. He's got 10 laps to go. Pulls it up at the end of the straight, gets it turned as he heads down towards Hart Hairpin here. Not overdriving it. As we get them all filing through the hairpin and 50 Cent. Kian, Cross, Benton, Fitz, Johnson, Workman, Holmes, Draper, McDonald, Thompson, Noble. Drivers battling to see what's going on. Spray coming up behind the carts in front of them. Trying to stay on the track, trying to push. Chris Benton is catching. Caleb Cross, he is within a few kart lengths of him now. Deep under brakes, slides it into Hart Hairpin. Can he manage to get it? Manages to pull it up. He's pushing. Chris Benton in the energy cart. Energy cart looking nice and sturdy at the moment. Still a long way to go. 9 laps to go around this Manawatu track. they come through the final corner. Cross, Benton, Phipps, Johnson, Workman there. Johnson not able to make any inroads on his teammate. As we make a, Ethan Holland having a incident at the end of the straights, but he's back on. Kiambert gone into Bamba. The battling duo of Cross and Benton following. Holland's had enough, he's pulling in, he's done. As Benton tries to get closer to Cross. 8 laps to go for Kiambert. Benton slides out of the last corner. Johnson now all over the back of Phipps. Can he make a move on the 3NZ of Ashton Phipps as they make their way through Higgins? Going down the back straight. Has a quick look over his shoulder. Sees that he can make a move and it might be safe from Workman. Deep under brakes. Card sliding around. Benton through the big hole. Water splashing everywhere. Back towards the infield. Can't make any more inroads on Caleb Cross. Caleb Cross set up a lot better now than it was in the pre-final. 7 laps to go for the Palmy boy. Kiambert won his second Rotax Max Junior title here at his local track. Through 50 Cent as it goes down into Hart Hairpin. Turns the wheel, Kart responds, gets good drive out of Hart Hairpin towards the infield again. The other battle packs are starting to form now. Phipps starting to slide with Johnson behind him. Johnson started to put pressure on his CRG teammate as they go towards Bamba. Workman starting to catch the 2 as well. What do they got? Down through 2 trees. Phipps does a big lean, trying to get all the grip there. As they come through 6 laps to go, what can Johnson do? Can he get past Phipps? As they head down into Toyota, over the curb, bouncing down the road. Phipps into the straight, pulls it up. Johnson still there, can't do anything about it. Benton once again through the big puddle. Driving as hard as he can. As we look at Caleb Cross and Chris Benton for 2nd and 3rd. Benton not able to make any gains on Caleb for this one. Oh, we got Draper and Patrick Holmes down the inside of 2 trees. Patrick back down the inside of the right-hander. Then tries around the outside of the pit corner. Doesn't quite get it. Loses the spot. 5 to go. Matthew Johnson managed to get by Ashton Phipps in that process, but has brought Ollie Workman along with him as they go down the straight. Ollie deep under brakes on the rear bumper of Phipps. What's Johnson got now? Can he drive away? Can he save that position? Make any inroads on the front guys? Workman down the inside of Phipps now. Has Phipps cooked the tyres? As they make their way side by side down into Bamba. Workman down the inside. Holds out Phipps. Phipps trying the up and under. Down the inside of pit entry. Workman around the outside. So much grip around there. Phipps tries the up and under. Gets it. Gets up on the inside for the right-hander. Forces the issue. Holds out the position. Workman back down 1 spot. 4 to go. Where is the leader, Kiambert? He is coming through 50 Cent. Where is 2nd? We will have a look. 2nd is now only just making Rock Cup hairpin. Kian is gone. He is not in a different postcode, not on a different island. He is in a different country. He is out. See you later. All Kian has to do now, 3 laps to go. Keep it on the black stuff. He's looking calm, he's looking smooth. Ollie Workman's managed to get by Ashton Phipps again as they battle through the infield. Phipps, the big lean, trying to get the drive off the corner. Workman doing a good job holding this position. As they go down the back straight, there's a gap there now. 3 to go, Kian Burt, 11.5 seconds ahead of the South Island champ, Caleb Cross. He's done a brilliant job of holding and managing off Chris Benton in the 3rd spot, with Johnson now in 4th. Ollie Workman 5th, Phipps 6th, Draper, Holmes, McDonald, Thompson, Noble, Wang. 2 to go for Kian Burt. Through Toyota he goes. Launches over the curb, back down the straight, keeps it off the curbs. Doesn't want to drive his sprocket over the rubble strip, drop a chain this late in the race. As we get through 50 Cent, drives it straight, drives it smooth through Hart hairpin here. Finds himself back down towards the infield. Bamba, 12.5 seconds. Kian Burt, 1 second a lap faster than the second place kart at the moment. As he comes round, 2 to go. Kian doing a great job now. The final lap. Final lap is Kian Burt down the back straight for the final time. Doing a great job. Last of the battles happening out there now. Patrick Holmes holding on to his position over Scott McDonald. But all eyes are on the 29 Burrell kart of Kian Burt as he comes through Bamba into pit entry here. Keeps it on the black stuff as he heads towards Two Trees. Points and shoots. Here he comes around the final corner. Pit corner here. Put your hands together. Final win. Dominant drive for Kian Burt. Leicester flag. Dominant. Used all that local knowledge to his Caleb Cross there. Puddles as they go across the line. Same with Chris Benton. Matthew Johnson, 4th. Ollie Workman will come home 5th. 6th is the 3NZ of Ashton Phipps. 7th, Lewis Draper. Scott McDonald home in 8th, with 9th being Patrick Holmes. Jamie Thompson moving up to 10th. 11th, Cody Noble. 12th was the Sam Wang kart, 21. 13th, Harrison Zhao. 14, Dan Pye. 15, Nathan Grammer. 16, the 27 kart of Angus Just. 17, Dan Coleman. 18th, Jet Price. Ty Ingleton came home in 19th. 20th, Jack Bridgman. 21st was the 99 kart of Ethan Holland. Congratulations to Kian Burt on the Rotax Max Light finals win there, round 4 of the KartStars series, sponsored, well, brought to you by Higgins Concrete and Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars series. I think we've got Regan Hall out there on the dummy grid now. I think he's actually going to poke fingers at Ash Higgins now and see if he can actually drive.
Oh, you better get in the kart, actually. Yeah, good luck for the final. You got out of that one. Jeez. All right, we'll go over to the weigh shed and catch the Rotax Light guys have just come in. And Kian Burt had a absolutely dominating victory there, so we definitely want to have a catch up with him and probably Carly Orr. Here's the number one mechanic, Carly Orr. Can we have a quick chat with you, mate?
Definitely, you reckon?
Yeah, wow. How good was that? You must have spun the spanners pretty well, as well as him driving it well, obviously, but the kart was hooked up, wasn't it?
It's just a good combination of the package. Only one on the Burraward in the senior field. First time on this tyre.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we use that kart in Australia. It's on the Lockholt tyre, stickier tyre.
Yeah.
So just trying to find the grip all weekend and getting a window for the kart to happen.
Yeah.
Then it started raining, and it's your home track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. That was pretty amazing. I mean, he was lapping like a second quicker than anyone else, and he
Yeah.
probably wasn't really hard up it. He was cruising, right?
Yeah, we got this little thing where we sort of give eye contact during the racing, so
Oh, yeah.
like push a couple and then take it easy. So
Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
Oh, bloody good. Yeah, oh, we'll go and catch up with him as he comes through, but yeah, well done.
Cheers, Regan. Cheers, thank you.
All right, we'll see if we can catch Kian. So that was Callie Orr. He's been around karting for a very, very long time, and he's a guru mechanic, and he's done a fantastic job today. Where are we? Okay, we might not have time. We'll see if we can catch him quickly. Just scoot through here. Kian Burt. Wow, what a bloody masterclass that was. Obviously the kart was hooked up. You were driving it amazingly well. Well done. How did it go?
Thank you. Kart was definitely on rails. Engine was on rails, whole package. It was really, really good.
Yes.
Definitely had a home track advantage with a couple of the lines, but no, really, really good.
Yeah, but you were lapping a second quicker than those guys towards the end, and I don't think you're even pushing that hard, so it was pretty impressive to watch.
Yeah, no, it was good. I'd like to thank Patrizi, of course, and Kelly Orr.
Yeah, well done, man. I'll let you go on the scales. Cheers.
Gritting up.
Rotax Max Heavy now out on the track for their final. Brought to you by Marcel Electrical as they're off. They all make it through. Darren Walker around the outside of Trent Ingham, who started on pole. Ash Higgins making hay as well, starting from the fourth row, and now he's into second. Ingham back to third. Higgins out of control. Armstrong down the inside as they all touch. Higgins sideways as they all collide. Walker now in the lead with Armstrong, Bell, Van Ken, Brennan Hart moving his way forward ahead of Hero Sheridan. Hero trying to do it. Brendan driving around the outside of him. We've got Walker, Armstrong, Bell, Van Ken, Brendan Hart, Sheridan, Mitch Vi, Aaron Tahu, Higgins, Ingham. What happened to Ingham in the first lap? It's gone all the way to the back. Walker pulls it up at the end of the straight for another lap. Into Hart Hairpin as the 3NZ gets through Hart Hairpin, turns it in. Look nice and smooth through Bamba. We got the 63 car to Mason Armstrong, Adam Bell, Van Ken driving the wide line, trying to make up the speed. Adam Bell all over the curb. Got 16 to go. Good to see Ash Higgins back out there. The leaders absolutely had a horrible first lap, apart from Walker, who's obviously still in the lead, driving away, trying to create a gap. He's got a 1.5 second gap over Mason Armstrong at the moment. Adam Bell trying to keep up, or trying to make some moves on Mason, who has a big moment into Bamba through the puddle. Van Ken right behind Bell as well as we come through pit entry into Two Trees. Adam Bell working the back of Armstrong. Launch it over the curb. Armstrong looking strong through the final corners. Walker out in front. Armstrong, Bell, Van Ken. Then we got Brendan Hart, Hero Sheridan, Mitch Vi, Aaron Tahu and Ash Higgins. Trent Ingham falling back a bit there. Brett Holmes not on the track at the moment. Armstrong defending from Adam Bell as Bell goes down the inside. Armstrong tries the up and under, gets it done as they go into Bamber. Bell looks at another move down the inside. Armstrong has it covered as we go through the left-hander. Adam doesn't go for it. What about Two Trees as he looks? Bell sends it down the inside. Just bombs Armstrong there, holds him off. Armstrong, no response just yet as they make their way for another lap. Walker checking out in front, doesn't want anything to do with this battle. Bell now on clear air. What kind of pace does he have? Over the curb. Armstrong, huge handful opposite lock as they come out of Toyota. Can Van Kendall stick it down the inside? No, he doesn't pull it up, but he gets right up to the back of Armstrong as they come towards Hairpin. Brendan Hart doing a great job of staying in there. Holding on the old master, Brendan Hart. Van Can behind Armstrong still. Brendan Hart, Sheridan, Vi, Tahu, Higgins, Ingham, Walker out front. Take another lap off. Have a breathe. Wipe the visor. Armstrong build a little bit of a gap on that one to Van Cam. Not completely safe, but he's safe enough for this, for the braking zone at the end of the straight. Bell trying to move his way forward on Walker. Adam Bell the fastest on the track at the moment with a 55.0. 10th faster than Walker in the last lap. Ash Higgins also very quick in the wet at the moment with a 55 dead. Unfortunately, he is just half a lap behind. Again, Walker out in front. Bell. Walker responds with a 55 dead. And then Armstrong, Van Ken. Gap starting to settle down now. Brendan Hart still doing a good job there in 5th. Can the old man keep it up? He's got 11 laps to go. Fun fact, if you actually ever catch Brendan down here practicing, he has a max limit of 3 laps before he's tired, so he has already doubled his track limit time. And he gets through the corner. Sheridan right behind him. Aaron Tahu behind Vi, slapping as he comes out of Bamber. The rear refusing to do what he wants. Higgins getting a good drive out of Two Trees. Brendan Hart still going. Sheridan right behind them. They get through Higgins. Brendan, good drive out of the corner as he heads towards Toyota. Gets through Toyota. Heroes drives right over the curb. Gets huge handfuls of opposite lock as he tries to get the power back on. They all pull up at the end of the straight. Ash Higgins coming in deep, trying to make up for the first lap incident. Tahu, Higgins, Ingham. Van Can still trying to make ground on Armstrong. Darren Walker well out front now, the 3NZ. 10 laps to go. Adam Bell doing a great job as well in 2nd. Armstrong, Van Cam, Brendan Hart managing to hold on for 5th at the moment. Hero Sheridan not able to make any ground on him. Ash Higgins wipes the visor as they headed towards Toyota. Tahu aggressive over the curb. As they pull up into the straight, Higgins deep under brakes. Makes up a lot of ground on Tahu. Tahu bounces over the curb at 50 cents, looks back, almost rolls off the throttle, invites Ash to go around the outside of him. Ash thinks better of it. Now he's pushing him down into Bamba. As they go through Bamba, too wide. Tahu stops it on the apex. Ash drives around the outside. Ingham in that battle as well. Can he go down the inside? No. Tahu letting them through now. Must have an issue. Ash been released. What kind of speed does he have? Can he get onto Mitch Vai? Ingham's there as well. 9 to go. Walker, Bell, Armstrong, Tom Van Ken in the Arrow Kart. The top 4 seem to have settled down a bit now. Brennan Hart in 5th. Hero Sheridan in 6th. Boys doing a great job. Ash trying to drive back with Ingham on his tail as well. Darren Walker looking calm and collected out front, taking the laps off. Different driving style to the DVS, but he's doing a good job of switching between the two classes. Adam Bell in the FK in 2nd place. Get a bit blowing out a bit now between Armstrong and Van Cam. Van Cam dropping off a bit. Whether he's saving the tyres for a last lap dash or not, we'll find out. Brennan Hart another 4 seconds back. Sheridan not able to do anything on him. We got Mitch Vai, Ash Higgins, Trent Ingham, Aaron Tahu. As we follow them through the infield. The bright yellow jacket of Hero Sheridan working on the wheel. 7 to go for Darren Walker. As they get the karts turned at 2 trees. Get the power back on. Climbing the curb. Asking as much as they can of this MG wet. The wet puddles, pulling the karts offline as Armstrong has lost it at the Toyota. 3rd place has just dropped it. Is he going to carry on? He's jumping back in the kart. He'll carry back on, but he's dropped the position, so that means Van Can has now popped himself back up into 3rd. Brendan Hart sitting in 4th with Hero Sheridan in 5th. Mitch Vai coming home in 6th at the moment. Ash Higgins and Trent Ingham chasing him down. 6 to go for the Darren Walker. Adam Bell. Gaps well and truly blowing out now. Closest battle we have on track will be the Mitch Vai, Ash Higgins group as they make their way through Toyota, down, back straight. Ash Higgins, Trent Ingham deep on the brakes, keeps it going. Pulls up, Mitch pulling it up, Ash looking at a move, but Trent Ingham right behind him as well as they get through high hairpin, back towards Bamba. Ash looking for a move down the inside of Bamba, doesn't get it done. Compromises his speed. Ingham's on the rear bumper now as they make their way through pit entry. Vai sliding, Higgins down the inside of 2 trees. Gets it done. Ingham can't follow him through as Ash monsters the curb. Gets it done. Puts himself up. Mitch Vai next for Trent Ingham. Can he get through? 5 to go. Big tank slipper moment through Higgins. As they make their way down the battle pack, down the back straight. What has Mitch Vai got for Ash Higgins and Trent Ingham? Big slide out at 50 cent. It's going to compromise the speed. Ingham can't make it down the inside though. Vi pulls it up, gets it turned back down the straight. Ingham on the grass into Bamba. He's had enough down the inside. Holds Mitch Vi out of the corner. Does an excellent job of stopping and turning back under him. Darren Walker in the meantime still in the lead. Adam Bell in second. Tom Van Ken third. Brendan Hart fourth place. Hero Sheridan holding on to fifth. Ash Higgins has moved himself up into sixth place with Trent Ingham right behind him. Mason Armstrong back on the track cutting laps. We got 3 to go now for Darren Walker, this time by. Just ticking off the laps as he goes. Bell unable to make any inroads to Walker. Tom Van Can as well in third, unable to make any ground on the leading 2 karts, but is holding station from the 69 of Brendan Hart, who has a big moment through the right-hander. Brendan Hart looks like he's starting to struggle a bit. It's a long race for old Brendan. He's got 3 laps to go. Hero Sheridan looks like he's trying to put the pressure on him as they run down into Toyota. Can he get by Brendan Hart, the widest kart in the country, as they make their way down the straight? Brendan breaks late. Hero trying to outbrake him. He's on the rear bumper as they make their way through 50 cent. Down into Hart Hairpin. Hero has a look, sees where Ash Higgins is, sees he's coming towards him as they fire back down into Bamba. Do they hit the bump? They hit the bump. Brendan gets the kart turn. Hero still on him as the pit entry on the rear bumper of Brendan Hart. Brendan gets the kart turned through 2 trees. There goes Sheridan down the inside. Brendan Hart gets the up and under, drives him out of the corner, stops it on the right-hander, forces Hero around the outside of the pit exit. Ain't going to happen there, bud. Brendan's been around a long time. Through Higgins, down the straight. Look at the motor he's got. And I'm talking about the engine, not Brendan. Back down the straight. Who's going to break latest? Brendan pulls it up. Hero Sheridan trying to get by the Brendan Hart. Down into Hart Hairpin. Here comes Ash Higgins and treating him as well. They want a piece of this battle. Last lap coming up for Darren Walker. Showing a clean pair of heels from the first corner. 1 lap to go. Adam Bell coming as well. Here comes Tom Van Ken. They are about to take their last lap forward. Where's the battle for fourth? Brendan Hart. Here comes Ash flying through the last few corners. Hero Sheridan right behind him. 1 to go for Brendan Hart as well. Hero Sheridan, big understeer moment. Ash Higgins training him as well as they fire down the back straight through Toyota. Good run through Toyota for Brendan Hart. Pulls a gap as they get to the end of the straight. Pulls it up. The race leader though, Darren Walker, running through the infield all by himself. Gets it through 2 trees, turns it, squares it off, drives it off. The right-hander. 1 more to go. There's going to be a finals win there for the Rotax Max Heavy class for Darren Walker over Adam Bell in second. Trent Ingham's going to come home. Oh, no, sorry. Tom Van Ken is going to come home in third. Who's coming home in fourth? Brendan Hart sticks it on the inside line. Brendan Hart's going to actually finish a race and he's going to bring it home in fourth spot over Hero Sheridan. Ash Higgins going to bring it home in sixth ahead of Trent Ingham in seventh. Aaron Tahu sliding it across the line in 8th spot. Mitch Vi managing to stay ahead of Mason Armstrong. But Darren Walker, clean pair of heels right out front, showing why he is the 3NZ kart. Adam Bell doing a great job coming home in second. Tom Van Ken out of DCR Racing. Brendan Hart. Regan, get a mic under Brendan Hart's helmet. I want to know what he's thinking. Yeah. Actually, can we send the medic over to Brendan Hart to make sure he is breathing? I see he's moving his fingers and his hands to make sure he can feel them all. Good job to all the heavies.
All right, we're in the pit lane here. The Rotax Heavy boys have just come in, and they're all busy gas bagging with each other, but...
I don't even know I got a flag, so I don't even know if I got it.
Oh, you don't know if you won?
Yeah, I got a black and white flag.
Oh, well, you were first over the line, so enjoy it for now.
Yeah, okay.
How'd the race go?
No, it was good. I was doing what I did in the DVS, so I just changed the kart to suit for the Rotax, and it seemed to work.
Yeah.
At the end I was surprised with the gap I had to Adam. I thought Trent was right behind me, to be honest. I never looked back.
No, Trent had a shocker right at the beginning, so he went backwards very early on, unfortunately. But I guess you took advantage, and we'll wait and see what the final result is. But
hopefully it's. I don't even know what it will be or what it was for or anything. I guess we'll find out later.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. We'll go and have a chat with Brendan Hart. Brendan, can we have a quick chat on the live stream?
Sure.
Jeez, pretty impressive, mate. How did that go?
Yeah, no, it was really good. I made a couple of changes for the final, but the boys at the front were just a little bit too good. But it was a really good final. It was on for the first sort of 4 or 5 laps, and then I was just trying to hang on to that lead pack for as long as I could, but just got dropped off a little bit towards the end.
Yeah. Hey, mate, you're doing pretty well though. Geez, that was an impressive effort. It was pretty chaotic at the start though, wasn't it? Did you do well out of that or get shuffled back?
Yeah. Like it sort of helps me a little bit at the starts when the fields are quite condensed and everyone was pinning the inside. So I thought I'd take my brave bills and have a go around the outside, and that worked out all right. So and I'm pretty happy with that. So
well done.
Not bad.
Awesome. Good to see.
Thank you.
Man. We're done.
Congrats to Darren Walker and all the place getters in the Rotax Max Heavy class. Brendan Hart's definitely earned himself a couple of fruit juices in the club rooms after this. But right now, we've got the Rotax Max Juniors out on the track for their final, sponsored by Higgins Concrete. We have Marco Manson on pole next to Miles Baker. Well, let's see if the fireworks from the previous final will continue here in the juniors, or the Rotax class. Zach Tucker and Lockie Tomlinson will go off the second row. Tommy Hart and Braxton Cravinger going off the third, with Jaden Buttermore and Cy Finnemore. I think these two kids have been inseparable all weekend. They're going off the fourth row. Charlie Jamison, Arian Lala off the fifth row. Levi McMillan and Jack Phillips off the sixth row. Amelia Phillips, Louis Smith off 13th and 14th, the 7th row. Andy Ewan and Patrick McDonald off the 8th row. Magni Whittle, Angus Wilton off the 9th. Braden Watson, Jacob Pye off the 10th row. The 11th row, Buster Bailey, Xavier Brothaway off the last row as they take the start. Manson gets a good start. Tucker right behind him as they get through Toyota into the Rock Cup hairpin at the end. Tucker into second place. Manson, the national champ, in the lead, looking around, seeing who's behind them as they all battle into Hart hairpin. Buster Bailey throwing it down the inside, driving over a car. Cy Finnemore on the grass on the way to Bamber as well as the rain starts to fall again. Marco Manson out in the lead. Tucker second, Baker in third. Lockie Tomlinson looking strong in fourth, looking aggressive. Going down the inside, can't pull it up. Tommy Hart now in fifth. Cravinger, Jamison as we have a Buttermore hits the puddle on the outside, spins it out, keeps it going. Water going everywhere, but he's got going again as the leaders make their way down the back straight. Manson, Tucker, Baker, Tomlinson, Hart, Cravinger, Jamison, Cy Finnemore down the inside, making his way forward. Jack Phillips now down the inside. Amelia Phillips following him through down in Hart Hairpin. Make our way through Bamba into pit corner. The Tucker, has he had an incident? He's had an incident through Two Trees. He's lost the cart. He's going wide. He's getting swamped now by all the Hart carts. Craving has lost out on that little jostle there as they make their way back. Cy Finnemore aggressively over the curb. Amelia Phillips has got a strong run down the inside of Patrick McDonald at the end of the straight. Charlie Jamison, Cravinger, Finnemore down the inside, the 2NZ as they make their way through Hart Hairpin. Cravinger sees it coming, crosses him back up, drives out of the corner. Finnemore's not going to have it though. Feeds it back down the inside of Bamba. Through the pit entry they go. Manson out of the lead. Baker, Lockie Tomlinson, Tommy Hart, Tucker, Charlie Jamison, Cy Finnemore, Cravinger, Jack and Amelia Phillips. 15 to go as the field starts to spread out. Possibly starting to calm down. I highly doubt it, but it's worth saying. Tommy has dropped it at Toyota. He's dropped it, lost all those positions. Dropped it back down behind Amelia Phillips. All that hard work undone with one corner as he's struggling to pull it into Hart Hairpin now. Tommy Hart just has to reset, re-go as he gets through Bamba. Cy Finnemore down the inside of Charlie Jamison, runs him wide. Charlie on the grass around the corner. There's not much drive on the grass. Jack Phillips around the outside. Amelia Phillips down the inside. Charlie sees cars going left, right and centre. He goes, you know what? Stuff it. I'll go back down the inside of Amelia there, please. 14 to go. 5 down the straight. Arian Lala looking back. Who's behind him? Levi McMillan gives him a tap. Hey mate, it's me behind you. I need you to move please. As they go down the straight. Deep under brakes. Amelia sliding her car through 50 Cent. Tommy down the inside of Hart Hairpin. They make their way out of Hart Hairpin towards Bamba once again. The rain starts to come down heavier now. The spray's starting to intensify. Manson, Baker still. Lockie Tomlinson in third. Zach Tucker, Cy Finnemore, Cravinger, Jack Phillips doing a good job there. Charlie Jamison trying to recover his position. Got Tommy Hart making his way back. Amelia Phillips. Back through Toyota. Big moment for Cravinger. Manages to hold on to it through Toyota. Dropped a wheel, caught the edge and tipped the car sideways. He manages to keep it going though. Jack Phillips is trying to take advantage of this. They come out of Hart into Bamba, hit the bump. Cravinger doing a good job of resetting himself. Charlie Jamison looking at going down the inside of Jack Phillips, gets it done. Stops the crossover as well. Charlie moving back up again. 12 to go for Marco Manson out in front. Going through Toyota now. Miles Baker in second. Decent lead over Lockie Tomlinson now. 3.2 seconds there. Zach Tucker, Cy Finnemore, the 2NZ. Ahead of the 14 of Braxton Cravinger. Charlie Jamison driving over the curb, hopping halfway down the straight. You see them all crossing over, who's going where as they go down into Bamber, McMillan, McDonald battling, Buster Bailey battling for the minor positions. Some of the karts, you see them starting to protest. Front tyres starting to sledge across the surface. Miles Baker, fastest on track. Gap 1 second. We take a breather. Cravinger looped it at the end of the straight. He's had an incident. He's pulling the cart back on the track. He's going to carry on, jumping back in the cart. Manson, Baker reeling. Manson in slowly, 10 to go for the lead 2 hard carts. Lockie Tomlinson still in third. Cy Finnemore chasing Zach Tucker. Charlie Jamison, Jack Phillips, Tommy Hart, Amelia Phillips making their way through. What's the gap now? 0.8 of a second over first and second. Manson drives a bit wide through Hart Hairpin. His Baker's boys set the cart up to come on a bit later. Looks like he's got good drive out of Two Trees. We've got 9 to go as the top 2 karts start getting closer as they tick the laps off. Back in the pack, battle still raging. Down the inside of Two Trees, we have the 38s. Magni Whittle gets it done. Manson able to pull out another 10th on that last lap. Gap hovering just under a second. Still can't afford a mistake. Any mistake will invite Miles Baker right up to the back of the cart. Lockie Tomlinson still in third on the 98 kart. The Sodi doing a great job. Jack Phillips behind Charlie Jamison. Big slide on the entrance to the corner. Tommy Hart still battling away in that pack as well. As the leaders through to where they go. Manson looks like he's pulled out a small lead there again. It's just under a second, 9.5 tenths. Was he just looking after the tyres as the laps go on? Jamison still holding off Jack Phillips as well as they come through 50 cent towards Hart Hairpin. Jack deep under brakes, gets the cart turned, tries to get the power on as they come towards Bamber. Charlie down the inside, holding that inside line. Jack throwing the up and under, doesn't quite have the speed for it. As we get through into Two Trees, Charlie in the middle of the track, making Jack's life quite hard. Cy Finnemore still working away at Zach Tucker as well. Zach soaring at the wheel, trying to get the cart to turn. As the leaders come down to Hart Hairpin, tick off another lap again. Miles Baker chasing Marco Manson. Seven to go. Tommy Hart behind Jack Phillips as he comes through Hart Hairpin. Amelia Phillips, Louis Smith, Aria Lala, they all turn, get through the corner, back on the power. 6 to go. What has Baker got for Marco? Big moment though for Miles going through Higgins. Would have lost a little bit of momentum as they go down the straight. Marco dropped a tyre a couple times in the previous final. Can Miles force another issue like that as they come through 50 Cent into Hart hairpin? Deep under brakes for Miles. Marco gets excellent drive off the corner. Through the infield they go. Miles pushing, trying to get to the back of Manson, trying to make a race of this. Doesn't want to let him get to the line. What's the gap now when they cross the line, the leaders? 5 to go. 7/10 of a second. Lockie Thompson 6 seconds behind. In a world of his own. Zach Tucker still ahead of Cy Finnemore. Charlie Jamison ahead of Jack Phillips. Tommy Hart unable to make his way by Jack Phillips. Leaders out of Hart hairpin back towards the infield. Rain appears to slightly eased. The track's still drenched. Back down. Last corner. Gets the kart turn. Looked like a little bit of understeer there for Marco. 4 to go as they get through Higgins. Thomason still third. Finnemore behind Tucker. Tucker doing a great job there in fourth. Holding off the 2 NZ aside Finnemore. Charlie Jamison pulling away from Jack Phillips. Tommy Hart looks like he's gaining on Jack. Battle packs at the back here. We've got Buttermore trying to recover on the back of Indy Irwin. Follow the leaders again. Through the infield they go. Miles sliding through pit entry. Through 2 trees. Manson. Terrific drive off 2 trees. Marco Manson. Miles Baker still behind the cart. 3 to go. Surely Miles Baker's sick of looking at that number 1 in front of him. Make their way through Toyota. Big corner. End of the straight. Who's braking latest? Miles pulls it up deep, gets it turned. Manson though. Excellent drive out of the corners. Big moment there though. The kart refused to turn for Manson. The tyres starting to get too hot. As the pressure get into him, there is a 1 on the side of his kart. He knows how to deal with this pressure. He's done it time and time again. What has Miles Baker got for him? Two to go. Jaden Buttermore around the outside of Hart hairpin there as they make their way down the inside of Bamber Curve. Thinks better of it. As we make our way, they make their way through the infield. Runs a bit wide. Can't quite get it. The leaders coming through 50 Cent here. Hits the bump. Drives it back down to Hart hairpin. Baker still 0.8 of a second behind Manson. Doesn't appear to have an answer. Marco Manson doing a great job out in front. As they're coming around, one last lap. Marco Manson, Miles Baker. Gets it turned into Higgins, gets the power on, gets excellent drive. Lockie Thomason about to take the last lap board in third as well. Zach Tucker coming home in fourth at the moment. Jack Phillips sitting there still behind Charlie Jamison and ahead of Tommy Hart. But the leaders coming into Hart hairpin here. Miles trying to drive it in deep. Manson has got it covered. Through Bamber they go for the last time. Through the infield, the left-hander. 2 trees to go. Gets it through 2 trees. Hits the right-hander. Just deploy, shoot a point here in the last corner. Gets it through the corner. Crosses the line. Marco Manson will take the Rotax Max Junior final here at KartSport Manawatu. Followed home by Miles Baker. Lockie Thompson coming home in third with Zach Tucker in fourth. Cy Finnemore, the 2NZ, in fifth. Ahead of Charlie Jamison and Jack Phillips. Tommy Hart coming home next. Ahead of Amelia Phillips and Louis Smith. Ariane Lala next. Ahead of them Levi McMillan. And the 12 carts of Patrick McDonald. Buster Bailey home next. As well ahead of the Magni Whittle. Jaden Buttermore recovering to 16th. Angus Wilton 17th. Indy Ewan coming home 18th. Braden Watson 19th. And Braxton Cravinger in 20th. Xavier Brothaway and Jacob Pye 21st and 22nd. Congratulations to Marco Manson on the finals win there in the junior Rotax. Great racing all weekend by all the competitors. Challenging conditions today. All the drivers have done an excellent job to keep it on the track.
All right, we're here on the dummy grid before the KZ2 final, which is the most important race of the weekend. Cranny, you've had a few ups and downs this weekend, but what have you got for the final?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a up and down one, yeah. I mean, the last race was pretty good, obviously. Got a good start and then just sort of chipped away and got a bit of a gap and then just held my own and sort of tried to keep the tyre nice and cool and not overheat it. Hopefully we can do the same thing and it'll be a nice race.
Yeah, you were pretty quick in that pre-final, so I'm sure we do the same again. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Cheers.
Sure, quick yarn to Graham Smythe. Can we interrupt your very important conversation? Graham Smythe had a bit of an average weekend, but the pre-final was a bit better, wasn't it? What do you reckon? Have you got some more for the final?
Yeah, I don't know. We've made some changes, so it'll go. It could either be better or it could be worse. So we'll find out.
Yeah, rolling the dice. Well, good luck, and yeah, go for it.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, we will shoot over to. Oh, those guys are still in the pit lane, so let's have a talk with Blake Corrin. So it wasn't your mechanic's fault for the last race, even though I blamed him. What happened?
Nothing. I was just sandbagging for the final, not trying to reveal my true pace.
Yeah, well, you got fresh tyres now, so you should be able to win this pretty easily, right?
I don't know yet. Haven't done any testing in the wet, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah, well, yeah. Hopefully you can keep it on the track, not get caught up in any rubbish, and just chip away.
Yeah, hopefully we can keep it clean and be near the front for the finals.
Yeah, keep your brother behind you, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Good luck, Blake. Let's come down here. Who are we going to talk to? We'll talk to Henry Gelb. Did you throw up in your helmet this morning, mate?
Not quite. We were feeling it by the end of the pre-final and probably will in the final, but we'll see how it goes.
So you were a bit crook yesterday and you didn't race at all, did you? What happened there? A bit of a stomach bug?
Yeah, exactly that. Was able to do a little bit of qualifying. Didn't qualify last, which was awesome. But I couldn't do the rest of the day. Was just in bed, out of it.
Well, good to see you back, man. Go for it.
Cheers, Regan. Thanks, mate.
Okay, we'll shoot over to the pit lane. Let's go this way. So Marco Manson won another race, which is, he seems to be making a habit of that. All right, Marco, I know you're getting sick of talking to us, but you've been doing a lot of winning this weekend, so well done on that one. How'd that go for you?
Yeah, good. Got the lead and then just kind of kept it there. Made a little mistake during the middle, but then kept the gap to the second place.
Yeah, good on you, man. Well done, and congratulations on an awesome weekend. Hopefully you can keep it up for the last round in Rotorua.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool, man. All right, we done? All right.
KZ2 now out for their final here at KartSport Manawatu. Round 4 of the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars Series, sponsored by Higgins Concrete. 18 laps. Yeah. The rain's just started coming down heavier as the drivers are gone out. Jacob Cranston's going to lead us away from pole here ahead of Dan Bray. Graham Smythe will get off the line in third ahead of Raymond Mellon. Blake Corrin and Luke Thompson will shoot off on the third row. Blake's obviously fixed the kart from the issue in the pre-final. Mitch Corrin, Nathan Krang will go from the fourth row, while Sam Jones and David Malcolm off the fifth. Sixth row will be the karts of Ethan Sayer and Henry Gelb. Well, as the drivers do their best to warm up the wets that they have on, warm up the brakes, settle in, fiddle around with all their knobs as they make their way down to the starters box. KZ2, sponsored by Sylvester Clark Consulting Engineers. Like I said previously, if you're in the market for a big commercial building drawing up or any work like that, hit up Cam Jack and the team. I'm sure they can facilitate your needs. Jacob Cranston warming up the tyres. Dan Bray starting a second, what line is Cranny going to take? Appears to be the outside line. Jacob Cranston has elected for pole ahead of Dan Bray, who will start on the inside. Smythe on the inside with Mellon on the outside. As the last karts roll in, we have the lovely Bella showing the green flag. Another thank you to all the officials for standing out in the rain all weekend, well, today at least. As the lights come on, the engine revs go on, lights out, great start from Jacob Cranston, launches it off the line. Bray gets away, Smythe right behind him as they head down into the thing. Corrin comes from nowhere, sends it. The Drago karts, they can't keep away from each other. They're hitting each other even down the other straight as Cranny pulls away. Bray second. The 2NZ are Mellon in third. Luke Thompson's now up into fourth. Krang, Mitch Corrin, David Malcolm, and then Smythe. Blake Corrin, Henry Gelb, Ethan Sayer and Sam Jones coming up in the rear there. Cranny, 17 to go. Got the first lap done. Dan Bray settles into his rhythm, tries to hunt down Jacob Cranston. Raymond Mellon behind the Paralyn once again. Are we going to see another battle at the pre-final? Luke Thompson in fourth, doing a great job ahead of Nathan Krang and Mitch Corrin there. Graham Smythe trying to recover from that first lap incident there. Blake Corrin. Holy. The letter that he must have sent had like 6,000 stamps on it because he sent it from years away. They didn't quite pull it up, but man, that was entertaining. Cranny coming around the final corners, sideways, gets it on the apex, drives it off. Mellon making his way back to the back of Bray's car. I reckon the interview after this, we could go up to Raymond Mellon and ask him to draw the back of Dan Bray's helmet. He'd be able to give a 100% accurate representation of what the back of Bray's helmet looks like at the moment. 2NZ trying to get back. Bray, so smooth under brakes. Cranny through Bamba, avoids the puddle on the inside, back on the gas. Smythe Deep dive under into Bamber. Had a look at Mitch Corrin, who's trying to have a go at Nathan Krang as well as they head through 2 trees. $15 to go as they follow themselves through. Henry Gelb had an incident. Bamber has put it deep in the bags. He's not happy by the looks of it. I mean, you wouldn't be if you were under the bags as well. Pulling the car out. Sucking some big ones. The race carries on. Blake Corrin all over David Malcolm here too. There'll be a yellow flag, no passing. Crenny, Bray, Mellon has made his way back behind Bray on the rear bumper. He's sick of this, he wants to go to the inside, doesn't get the move done though. Here we go, here comes the battle. Bray, Mellon. They head down the straight through Toyota. Who's going to pull it up the latest into Rock Cup? Bray pulls it up, Mellon on the rear bumper as they make their way through the corner, through 50 Cent. Still the yellow flag, no passing into Hart Hairpin. Battle will then resume after Bamber. Krang looking at Thompson, right on the rear bumper as well. We got a Sodi attacking a Paralyn, and we got a Paralyn attacking a Sodi. Krang right behind Thompson as they make their way through Higgins. Thompson gets on the power. Krang stays with him as they go through Toyota. Who gets a better run? Krang looks like it was wheel spinning a little bit, doesn't quite have it, pulls it up deep at the end of the straight though as they come through 50 Cent. Bray ahead of Mellon. Jacob Cranston out in front, doing his thing, ticking the laps off as they go. We got take another lap off as they come round. 12 to go for Jacob Cranston. Bray, Mellon, Thompson, Krang. Mitch Corrin still ahead of Graham Smythe. Blake Corrin now ahead of David Malcolm. Ethan Sayer. And then Sam Jones. Deep at the end of the straight. Krang's managed to pull it up ahead of Thompson now. So we got 2 Sodis attacking 2 Paralyns. Krang hoping to use that speed and pull away from Thompson. We got Smythe all over the back of Mitchell Corrin now as well. As they go through the pit entry, Smythe on the back can't get to the corner. They slide around the right-hander before the last corner. Mitchell pulls it up, plugs the gear. Kart looking smooth. Smythe losing a bit of drive out of Higgins. Jacob Cranston still in the lead ahead of Daniel Bray. Raymond Mellon, 2NZ, can't find a way past the 11 kart of Dan Bray. Smythe running wide at Hart Hairpin. What happened there? Must have locked a brake as he carries on through the infield. Lost a little bit of ground to Mitchell Corrin as the rain is coming down heavier. 10 to go. Dan Bray pulling away from Mellon now. Mellon, has he cooked a tyre, trying to stay with Bray. Jacob Cranston consistently just putting in the laps, 2.5 ahead of Dan Bray. Sody car looking nice and planted. Ahead of the parallel car to Dan Bray. Run through two trees once again. Mellon working his way back to the back of Daniel Bray's cart. 9 to go. Drivers wearing the wetsuits, trying to stay as dry as they can. Wetsuit can only do so much. Most drivers will get out of the cart and see a big puddle of water in their seats. But in the meantime, Mellon still can't get by Daniel Bray. Closest battle we have on track at the moment again. Jacob Cranston, fastest man on circuit at the moment with a 50.8. 0.3 of a second ahead of Bray in that one. Got the gap out to just over 3 seconds. There's Cranny, pulls it up, rock up corner. Gets through 50 Cent. Looks back, sees the boys behind him, knows he's got a gap. Graham Smythe making his way back onto the back of Mitchell Corrin, coming in deep into Hart Hairpin, gets it pulled up as they fire into Bamba. Hit the bump. Smythe drives it hard into the apex, hits the puddle on the inside. They make their way through two trees. Smythe taking the inside line, trying to get some grip on the part of the track that's covered by the tree. Make their way through the final corner. Track looking horrid now, just water standing everywhere. Crenny taking off the laps. 7 laps remaining. Gap out to 3.5 seconds now over Dan Bray and Raymond Mellon, who can't make his way past Dan Bray. The 2NZ kart doing a great job. Dan Bray just showing the experience. Luke Thompson ahead of Mitch Corrin, Graham Smythe, and then Blake Corrin. The Corrin brothers just coming back from Aussie. They competed in the AKC round as well. Going down the straight there, you see that Blake Corrin, or Mitch Corrin there. Crenny through the infield. Looks to have it well and truly under control. Looks calm, looks steady. No sudden movements on the wheel, just precise. One movement, gets the kart turned, gets the power back on, feeds it through to the next corner. Dan Bray still holding off Mellon. Down the back straight for Crenny. Hits the apex through 50 Cent. Hits the bump. Looks back. Sees the gap increasing. Out of Hart Hairpin. Plucks the gears. Back down the gearbox into Bamba Curve. Holds the gear through the infield. Runs that inside line through two trees. Slides a little as he comes out of it. Through the pit corner. 4 to go for Jacob Cranston. Raymond Mellon still working on Dan Bray. Nathan Crane doing a great job of slowly reeling in the second and third. Luke Thompson, Mitch Corrin, Graham Smythe coming up next with Blake Corrin still there pushing hard. David Malcolm looks like to be the next one ahead of the young man Ethan Sayer. second meeting in the KZ. First time in the wet. He's doing an excellent job. Next up will be the Sam Jones 17 kart. He's come sliding through the last corners. 3 to go. And there must have been missed the incident between Mellon and Daniel Bray. Daniel Bray's dropped right back. Nathan Krang is on the back of Daniel Bray now. Sorry about that, missed that. So we got Mellon now, the 2NZ in second. He's been released. Daniel Bray still in third, but Krang is on him. So they make their way through Rock Cup corner, 50 Cent. Into Hart Hairpin. What has Krang got for Daniel Bray? Hard into the corner. Keeps it on the pole line, Krang. Kart sliding as they put their foot down. 50 horsepower to the track. Through the wet Vegas. 2 laps to go for Crenny. Mellon now comfortably in second. Bray in third. Nathan Crank's in there in fourth. There's Jacob Cranston coming up to Hart Hairpin. If everything goes well, he knows he's got it in the bag here. Coming around to take the last lap board. Runs it through 2 trees. Keeps it nice and planted through the final corners. Last lap for Jacob Cranston. Gets it through Higgins. Raymond Mellon in second. Dan Bray with a big lock up in the final corner. Keeps it going. Nathan Krang slips down the inside, so Bray back to fourth. Nathan Krang moves himself up to third. The first is still the 9 kart of Jacob Cranston. The 2NZ, Raymond Mellon coming home in second at the moment with the 62. Nathan Krang in third. 11, Dan Bray. Jacob Cranston running it through 2 trees. Keeps it smooth. Sam Jones taking the last lap board. And right after him, Jacobisi Ranston takes the final win. KZ2, excellent performance from Jacob. Raymond Mellon coming home in second. Nathan Krang taking advantage of the mistake made from Daniel Bray to bring it home in third, with Bray bringing it home in fourth. Luke Thompson coming home in fifth with Mitch ahead. Mitch Corrin coming home ahead of Graham Smythe. Blake Corrin coming home after that in 8th with David Malcolm in 9th. Ethan Sayer working his way there into 10th, and Sam Jones still going at the moment, coming around the final corner to bring it home in 11th spot. Henry Gelb unfortunately had that incident in Bamba and didn't finish. But there was a great drive there from Jacob Cranston. We'll hopefully feed you down to the waste shed with Regan, who might be able to talk to one of the drivers down there.
All right, here with Jacob Cranston, just won the final for KZ2. So the Hampton Downs NZ Racing Academy KartStars champion for round 4. Well done. How did it go?
You know, it was good. The goal was just to get a good start again. I think the key is on this track to actually start on the outside. And we've sort of proven that within 3 races of starting on the outside. So, no, it was good. The car was perfect, and we just sort of chipped away at the end there and just tried to hold our own and not do anything silly. So, yeah, it's good.
Yep. So you chose to switch grid positions for the start?
Yeah, so I picked to go on the outside, only because after the last 2 yesterday that I started on the outside, it was much better than the inside. So
yeah, so you got good traction off the line and it was good?
Yeah, it's just the flow of the corner too, but yeah, it's just all personal preference and that's what I like, so yeah.
Yeah, nice one. Oh, it's good that we got that change and we can do it. So well done, and look forward to seeing you at the next round.
No, cheers mate, thank you.
Congrats, Jacob S. Ranson, on your final win. Next up, we have the DL Tree Services Vortex Mini Rock final with Riley Craig starting this one from pole. Flynn Pocock will shoot off in second. Nixon Cripps will start in third. Ivor Spence will lead away from fourth. The 3NZ of Nico Tomlinson will start from fifth. Charlie Clark will start next to him. The fourth row will have Reed Phillips and Alex Craig. Fifth row we have Bray Milne and Nico Hewson. The sixth row we have the 95 car of Benji Bellamy and Aaron Lee. The seventh row we have Dominic Ivers and Elliot Armstrong. Matthew Shaw, the North Island champ, and Van Merritt will go off 15 and 16. Ollie Bennett, Oliver Dennison will go off 17 and 18. Nixon Boscher and Iris Lee will go off 19 and 20. And Sam Amon will go off the 21st spot as the drivers head off now. Cool. Thanks, boys. As the drivers head off now for their warm-up. They've been thrown under the bus there. Riley Craig, Flynn Pocock having an excellent pre-final. Coming home first and second. Flynn just pipping. Riley Craig on the line. Nixon Cripps looking to get a better start than what he did in the pre-final. Had an absolute shocker. That race is behind him now though. He's got 13 laps to get his head forward and see what he can do. Ivor Spence as well, been up the front all weekend. What do these boys got? Boys and girls. The last race of the day. Surely it's going to go off with some fireworks. The rain continues to come down. Thank you once again to all the volunteers who have stood out there in the rain today, in the hot sun yesterday. Yeah, believe it, I said hot sun in Palmerston North. But the hot sun yesterday and the rain today. Thank you once again to all the officials, all the businesses and companies that help and donate things to us here at KartSport Manawatu. We couldn't do anything without you guys. Riley Craig slows up the field. We've got the calm before the storm here. It's Riley, Flynn Pocock, Nixon Cripps, Ivor Spence. Nice and quiet. Here come the bobbleheads as the bumpers start hitting each other as they get into the tram tracks. 13 laps. Through the tram tracks. Riley delivering them to the starter's box. When's he going to go? He's getting the push. He's gone. Gets a jump. Nixon Cripps tries to go with him. Flynn Pocock around the outside as well. Riley Craig behind the wheel. Tucks it down. Builds the lead. Nixon Cripps. Flynn Pocock from the outside of the grid to the front of the race. How did he do that? Out of the side of the track. Now he's in pole. Riley Craig's in second. Nixon Cripps in third. Nico Thomason's in the... Nixon Cripps down the insider. Riley Craig hits the big puddle. Gets the car sideways. Riley Craig avoids that. Moves himself back into second. Flynn Pocock in first as they head through Two Trees for the first time. Nico Thomason's in the fourth. Ivor Spence in fifth as they all make their way through Two Trees. Pit corner here. Lee down the inside. Gets it done. Nice clean move. Flynn Pocock out in the lead with Riley Craig second. Nixon Cripps looking fast, going through Toyota. As they go down the back straight, Nixon Cripps looking to put a move down the inside of Riley Craig. Nixon Cripps back up into second, the 1NZ. Riley Craig holding on. Nico Thompson, the 3NZ, still there with Ivor Spence. Charlie Clark there. As all the passes happen further back down through Harhep, and there's an incident there. We've got an incident, we've got potentially someone might be hurt there, hopefully not. As the Flynn Pocock continues to lead this through the last corner. Nixon Cripps second, Riley Craig in third. Nixon trying to catch up to Flynn Pocock. Flynn looking strong in this early phase of the race. Flynn, Nixon, Riley, Nico. They throw deep into the Rock Cup. Nico Thomason right on the back of Riley Craig going through Rock Cup corner and 50 Cent there. A yellow flag into turn 4, so there's no passing. As they fire back through towards Bamba. Flynn Pocock in the lead through pit entry. Kart looks settled. Nixon Cripps is coming. Riley Craig still within striking distance. Nico Thomason, Ivor Spence, Charlie Clark, the top pack. And we've got a small gap back. Oh, Riley Craig's lost it. Oh, small incident there. Benji Bellamy, big airtime there. Riley Craig puts his foot down, carries on moving. So we got Pocock, Nixon Cripps drops the wheel on the outside too, bounces down the track. The 3NZ are Nico Thomason, Ivor Spence, Charlie Clark. Reed Phillips makes a move down the inside through 50 Cent. He's moving forward. As we head back into the infield, Bamba, Flynn Pocock, Nixon Cripps, a big angry pack foreman in the midfield. Matthew Shaw's in there, the North Island champ. Benji Bellamy, Bray Milne, Nico Thomason's in there as well. What happened to him? He must have had an incident. Ivor Spence drops the wheel on the exit of the last corner, loses a bit of momentum. Track so wet, staying on the track is so hard. These kids are doing a great job of just holding it on there. Flynn Pocock doing a great job out front. Nixon Cripps in second. Ivor Spence, Charlie Clark battling for third at the moment. Flynn Pocock looking at trying to keep the gap there. Nixon Cripps appears to be bringing it in. It's only half a second now. What's Nixon Cripps got? 8 laps to go. Ivor Spence holding off Charlie Clark at the moment. Reed Phillips doing a great job ahead of Aaron Lee. Pocock, Cripps, Spence, Charlie Clark hard on the wheel trying to get by Ivor Spence. They both tuck behind the wheel, get the draft on each other. trying to get the front two. Flynn Pocock doing an amazing job out front, holding off the national champ. Nixon Cripps not letting him go. Gets 4.5 tenths. Deep under brakes Nixon Cripps. Gets the kart turn. Flynn Pocock driving the high line. Nixon Cripps on the bumper almost now. Flynn Pocock through the infield. Through pit entry. Gets the kart turn. Back on the gas. Through 2 trees. Runs the high line. Gets the kart turn. On the power. Gets the drive. Through the right hand into the last corner. Gets it turned back on the gas. Slightly wide. Nixon Cripps pulls the gap. Again, 7 laps left. Oh, big understeer moment for Flynn. Going through Higgins. They run through Toyota. Nixon Cripps gets a good run through Toyota, but the gap is still stationary as they head down the straight. Flynn bangs the steering lock on. Runs the kart wide. Through 50 Cent. Nixon Cripps slides it down. Into Hart Hairpin. Gets the lock. Charlie Clark down the inside of Ivor Spence into Hart Hairpin. Holds him off as they head towards Bamba. And here comes the rain. It is belting down now. Charlie Clark moves himself up into third. Fourth is the 9 cutter Ivor Spence. Reed Phillips in fifth. Flynn Pocock still holding off the New Zealand champ. Gets it turned on the gas. 6 to go. Charlie Clark managing to get back up, or get into third. Ivor Spence hard on the bumper still. Hasn't been able to break away. Reed Phillips, Nico Thomason, the 3NZ still there. Aaron Lee as well. Flynn Pocock end of the straight, running that high line. Nixon running the narrow line. Kart starting to slide now through 50 Cent. Deep under brakes. Nixon Cripps so good under the brakes. Pulls the gap. Flynn Pocock into Bamba. There's the puddles as the karts float as they go through the puddles. Flynn turns it in, gets it on the gas, stays on the grippy line. Nixon Cripps still there as well. One mistake and Nixon is through. Benji Bellamy, huge slide through pit entry there. 5 to go for Flynn Pocock. Nixon Cripps, Charlie Clark, Ivor Spence, Reed Phillips, Nico Thomason, Aaron Lee, Benji Bellamy. The 22 kart pointing, hey mate, Elliot Armstrong, let's think, let's try and work together with Bray Milne. Work together, let's see if we can go forward. See if we can get Benji. Through the top corner in 50 Cent. Flynn Pocock through Hart Hairpin. Gets it turned, gets it back on the gas. Does a great job. Down into Bamba. Turns the corner. Gets it through pit entry. Takes a wide line, carries the speed. Now through into 2 trees. Gets it off 2 trees, nice and square. The right-hander stay off the curb, and we got the left-hander, the last corner. 4 to go for Flynn Pocock over Nixon Cripps. Charlie Clark pulling a gap now on Ivor Spence for third. Nico Thomason on Reed Phillips' bumper as they go through Higgins. What has Nico Thomason got? The 3NZ as the leaders. Back down the straight. Flynn Pocock. Nixon Cripps, big slide through 50 Cent for Flynn. Hit the puddle, manages to keep it under control. Nixon Cripps though. Side by side through 50 Cent, Reed Phillips and Nico Thomason. Nico down the inside of Hart Hairpin. Runs them wide. Nose to tail as they go through into Bamba. Nico holds the inside line, keeps the position. Flynn Pocock still in the lead. Nico Thomason, the 3NZ, now moving himself up. Reed Phillips trying to battle for 4th again. 5th. Sorry. Flynn Pocock, 3 to go. Tucks behind the wheel. Nixon Cripps, the defending New Zealand champ. Had it all his way yesterday. 3 dominant heat wins. Started unraveling in the pre-final, got taken out in the hairpin, had an incident by himself trying to make up positions. Flynn Pocock still in the lead as they come out of hairpin into Bamba. The kart squirreling with the water deep under brakes as he gets it gripped up, turns, gets through pit entry. Nixon Cripps following his line now. 2 trees, runs it. Big slice, pit corner. 2 to go for Flynn Pocock. The gap starting to eke out slightly. We got battle still down the back of the pack as they run through the infield. Kart still jostling. Through 2 trees. End of the straight, Flynn Pocock. He's found his comfortable line. He's running it. Reed Phillips down the inside. Benji Bellamy catching up to the back of Aaron Lee. Flynn Pocock through Bamba, through pit entry. The GP kart looking comfortable, looking set as they go through 2 trees. Out of 2 trees. Pit corner. 1 lap to go for Flynn Pocock ahead of the national champ Nixon Cripps. The local boy, 1 lap to go. He gets it through Higgins, tucks behind the wheel. 1 lap to go through Toyota, gets the Toyota corner done. So treacherous. Drop a wheel, you could lose a whole race there. Pulls it up at the end of the straight. Nixon Cripps, the New Zealand champ, trying his hardest to keep up. Flynn Pocock coming out, down into the hard hairpin, gets it stopped, gets it turned. Back on the gas. Just the infield to go. Keep it on the track. Gets it through Bamba. I can see Mum there in the tower squirming. Through pit entry. Here comes Nixon Cripps. 2 trees. Gets it done. Stays off the line. He's got 2 corners to go. The local lad, Flynn Pocock, his last ever VMR race. He's going to Junior Rotax. He's going to end it with a win. Final win for Flynn Pocock. The VMRs ahead of the national champ Nixon Cripps. Charlie Clark's going to bring it home in 3rd ahead of Ivor Spence and Nico Tomlinson. Reed Phillips is coming home next ahead of Aaron Lee and Benji Bellamy. Elliot Armstrong will be next ahead of North Island champ Matthew Shaw. Bray Milne bringing it home in 11th. 12th, Ollie Dennison. 13th, the initial race leader of Riley Craig, bringing it back into 13th. Good recovery drive from him. The Dominic Ivers will come home in the 14th position. Ollie Bennett brings it home 15. Sam Amon coming home in 16th with Van Merritt 17th. Iris Lee coming home 18th. 19th is the Alex Craig. Nico Hewson bringing it home in 20th. And 21st is the Nixon Boshier. Great job, Flynn Pocock, holding his head. It's not hard when you got a national champ chasing you down. Great job, Nixon Cripps, as well. That is racing concluded for today. Prize giving will be in the club rooms after ticking is done. Thank you once again to everyone for sticking around. All the competitors, the live stream crew, you guys are amazing. Thank you for allowing me to do this. KartSport, the officials, once again, the volunteer crew, ladies in the kitchen, ladies in the tower. I've said it, so all the competitors aren't allowed to say it now. If you are driving, safe travels. If you want, please help yourself or come into the club rooms and support the club through whatever means necessary, whether it is food or refreshments. Once again, try the Sheriff's Lager. We have a new hazy IPA. Come down, give that a go. We are the only the only club in the country to have its own beer. So come give that a taste. We'll see you in Rotorua for round 5 of the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStar Series.